to our audio support folks. Do you want me to use the microphone? Is it okay? Okay. Oh. All right. Well, then I think. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 9:05 a.m. And Executive Director Williams, will you take roll call for us?
Here. Member Kentley. Member Clark. Here. Member Clay. Here. Member Hagerman. Member Haley. Present. Superintendent Hoffman. Here. Member Proficiency. Here. Member Meyerson. Dr. Robbins. President Court.
Here. Thank you so much. Just to get us started, certainly want to express our gratitude to Dr. Robbins and the staff here at University of Arizona. Everything from the breakfast to the room setup to the audio visual, everything has been just amazing. So a big thank you to the Wildcats. And then as a point of personal privilege, we of course share a number of programs in Yuma, the U of A, including a world-class ag program where we share a land lab with the University of Arizona. And we're really proud of the Western Cats, as we call them in Yuma, as they begin their education at Arizona Western College and inevitably move on to great things at the University of Arizona and beyond. So a big shout out and bear down. Okay, I thank you. Call of the public. I know we were going to do that by, I believe, just written comments. And Executive Director Williams, did we receive any written comments? Okay, thank you. Then moving on to item 3, which is the consent agenda. And of course, we are able to take the consent agenda as in its entirety, but I would first ask if any member would like any item from the consent agenda pulled for additional discussion. Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve consent agenda items 3A through, hang with me, 3F inclusive. Do I have such a motion? Thank you, Member Burton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Haley. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Okay, that's fair enough. Okay. You don't need a roll call, just do it again. Okay. So all those in favor of approving the consent items, agenda items, A through F, 3A through F, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Oh, we did it. We did it right that time, didn't we? We did well. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. We will move on to the general session, item 4. And here where we have an opportunity to approve cut scores. And I believe we have a presentation. Is that correct, Executive Director Williams?
President Core, that is correct. We have Director Audra Almond here today to talk about the MSA process for setting those cut scores. She is joining us virtually.
Good morning, President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. Thank you for having me this morning.
There you are. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Alicia, are you going to show the PowerPoint or would you like me to share it? I have it open and ready.
We have it, so just go ahead and tell us when you're ready. We'll start it and then tell us when you would like to go to the next slide.
Okay, perfect. So as we're getting that set up, I just want to say thank you again for having me. This is our 3rd assessment this summer that we had a committee to set cuts for a new assessment. This is MSAA or our multi-state alternate assessment science part of the test. We set cuts for ELA and math in 2015, so it's been quite a while. And we have, a lot of information and data about these students and about their performance on ELA and math. And so I'm going to walk you through today the slides about this process. It should sound very familiar to you, as it's a very similar process that we shared with AZ-SCI, which we did, I believe, at the last board meeting. Next slide. Again, this is a similar slide that you've seen before. It just talks about and defines a standard setting, and it's the process for which we select cut scores on an assessment. And the cut scores are defined as the minimum performance required for a particular level of achievement on an assessment. Next slide. For MSAA, we use what we called ID match method. It's very similar to the other methods that we had shared before, the ANGOF, which was used for the AZ-SCI assessment. Each of the committee made recommendations for the 4 proficiency levels. For MSAA, they are not called highly proficient, proficient, minimally proficient, or partially proficient. They have always just been identified as level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, with levels 3 and 4 considered passing. So now a little bit more specific about this committee. We had committees for grade levels 5, 8, and 11. Each committee member, there was about 8 or 9 educators with special education and content science background. The panelists for MSAA consisted of teachers, educators from Arizona, the BIE, which is the Bureau of Indian Education, Maine, and the US Virgin Islands. And they met just a couple weeks ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is where the line office is held for the BIE. We have our meetings in an entity or state that is a part of MSAA. And so a little bit different than just setting standards for your own state. We brought in educators from the participating entities that administered science this year. And just to give a little bit more background, there were about 760 students from Arizona that participated in the alternate science assessment, and about just a little over 1,100 total for all of the 4 entities that participated in administering the science assessment this year. And moving forward, we will have additional states and partners joining in administering MSAA science. Thank you. So again, this assessment, very similar to AZ-SCI, is criterion reference. It was designed to be aligned to the K-12 science framework standards, for which our Arizona standards are based on. And with this assessment, we've identified a set of standards that is appropriate for students on the alternate assessment, but they still are required to be aligned to our state standards and that K-12 science framework. And the standard setting process, again, went through each of the performance levels. They really focused on the next slide. I'll talk about performance level descriptors, and then reviewed the items and the content to identify where those cuts would be for each of those grade levels. They also conducted 3 rounds of review and discussion, very similar to the other panels that we had for other content areas before their final recommendations. Again, we as MSAA identified performance level descriptors. They use those to define, where that borderline performance would be for each of the 4 levels. And so we have those. I know that last board meeting, there was a question about them. These are posted up on the MSAA website for ADE, as well as our MSAA states website, so that anyone looking for MSAA information will find these performance level descriptors as well. Next slide. So after, this is where it kind of veers a little bit differently than our other standard settings. During our other standard settings, panelists were shown impact data before they left from their days of meeting as a committee. For MSAA, we do not show impact data to the panelists during the committee. The states had been apprised that were there being represented from the 4 entities. They had seen the impact data. At the end, they met as the MSA partners to review those cuts. And that is the reason behind that is each of the entities then have to go and have the MSAA cuts approved so that we all use the same, but that data is different based on your state or entity. And so if we showed all of the people that were there, they would see MSAA data, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what their state or entity data looks like. So we just showed our partner states, and that's what we've done in the past when we did the ELA and math standard setting. Okay, next slide. Oops, I'm not seeing it. There we go. So unfortunately, we were notified shortly after meeting that our vendor had made an error in some calculations. And I want to just really clarify, it was not in calculations of the actual data. It was for this process, they identified a range where participants could start to look at questions to determine whether or not they were in that proficiency level or where that cut would be placed. And it was during that calculation of where that range could be, of where they could start, is where that error was made. Once we were notified of that error, we met as a group of MSAA states. We actually brought back our panelists to inform them. We met with our vendor, and we even reached out to our MSAA TAC to let them know about this and ask for guidance about what our next steps should be. And so throughout that, it was determined that the panelists, we looked at the data, we looked at their judgment scores for each of the rounds, and we could see that in many of the cases, each of the panelists went outside that range that was given to them as a starting point. And the reason that they did that, which they were encouraged to do, was that it was just a starting point to kind of get them started in the process, but that they were told that, you know, follow the content, follow the performance level descriptors, and make your judgments. And they said, we spoke with them again, and they said, you know, that is the process that they did. Many times they were told in their committees to do that. However, we wanted just to make sure that, you know, we had as much data and information as we could so that we could continue to move forward to approve the MSAA science cuts. Next slide. I think here I talked about, these are all the things that we did once we found out about that error. And one of the recommendations from our TAC chair was to adopt these as provisional cuts for this year, due to the fact that in grade 5, which in executive session, we'll talk more, you'll see those, and I'll show you the data. It's a little bit different than what we would expect from each of the other grade levels based on what we know about ELA and math. And so an option for us is to propose our provisional policy cut recommendations for this year, and then come back next summer and conduct another standard setting with more data. We believe that some of the differences, especially in grade 5, could be that this is a small number of students. Again, I mentioned there's about 1,100 students, whereas for typical standard settings as a state, you have, you know, in Arizona, we have over 85,000 students that we're able to get data on and look at to confirm that all of the process and the information that the panelists had and the performance of the students is greater with more students. So that's where we are today. I think the next slide has the final determination. MSA partners are in the process now of taking this information back to their entities and getting it approved. We moved together as a one solid group. So it was MSAA's partner leads and myself as overseeing the governing part of MSAA. that we would move forward with provisional cuts. And then we would recommend that to our boards or our commissioners or whoever is the approving authority in their entity. And as of today, we have a couple of them who have already approved the provisional cuts. And we're waiting for the other entities to go through their process in their state, similar to what I'm doing here today. And next slide. Perfect. Questions?
Audra, thank you so much. As always, well done. Are there questions? I know there are some things we can address here in open session. Others we would need to move to executive session. But do any of the members have questions? Yeah. I'm sorry. Well, and I wanted to see if there were any questions. Oh, I see. So, Executive Director Williams, would it be prudent at this point just to move into executive session, or see if questions that occur can be answered in open session?
President Kumar, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board, Member Kavickas, does your question pertain to the data associated with the confidential materials, or does your question refer to the presentation that Audra just went through? Okay, so then I think it would be appropriate for Member Kavickas to ask her question of Audra. Member Kavickas, if you could just try to speak into the microphone, because I'm having a hard time hearing you as well.
Mr. President, members, good morning, Audra. I can't see you anymore, but I know you're there. I
Yes.
want to confirm that the impact, so what you said was the impact data of the 4 member states was aggregated together. Is that correct?
Yes.
To the extent that you can tell us, are there any differences among the states that would be notable? Like some states are higher performing, lower performing. You don't need to name names or anything, but.
So the way that MSA has been designed is that unless the state wants to share their information specifically, we do not see that ever in any of our large meetings. It would be a data request or a data sharing agreement between the partners. And so we only ever see MSA as a whole, and then our individual states, which I have that information to share with the board today.
Also, then I want to make sure, I'm just asking questions to make sure I understood it. Does each state set its own cut scores though?
No, we do not.
So we're all the same.
We have MSA cuts, and then that applies to each individual state.
So then my last question is more broadly, and I know you've had so much incredible experience in the field. Do you know how this data gets communicated to teachers, and have you seen good examples of how it's being used to affect instruction?
So we are working on that, definitely. We send out a communication that the cut scores have been approved. And what ends up happening is then we work collaboratively with accountability, because that's where the cuts are applied. Again, we administer the test and we give the data, the raw data, to accountability to apply these cuts for the performance levels. And so we do partner with them. We've been asked on occasion to go out and talk about the data and what it means for instruction. We've also, I'm not sure if the board is aware, but there was a study committee in the Senate last year, and there was a law that was passed this year that we have an alternate assessment study committee group. And part of the work that we're doing is we are creating a parent guide that talks about reporting. And one piece of this will go into a little bit more depth about cut scores and about performance levels, and even looking at our student reports.
So the performance or the cut scores that we're adopting now are the same ones that the parents will see. And I got mine the other week, so I've got this top of mind. I just got my MSSA test score report. Is it the same cut scores that will be applied to accountability? So they're the same.
Yes.
Okay. And then my last comment is, thank you for all your work on that committee. It was fun to be with you. I would love to be a part of that conversation, because I just got my parent report. So I have some thoughts I'd love to share with you on how to help make that easily understood. I know it's
great. Yes. Thank you. That's very helpful.
You did such a great job. We have no questions. That's pretty impressive. That's-
Thank you.
That's great. So I'm guessing we don't have a need to go into an executive session. I can call the question.
President, core members of the board, it's up to the board. You all have the information, you know what the cut
Right.
scores are. If you don't wish to have a presentation on the specific cut scores in executive session, then yes, you can call the.
Maybe
measure
that's a
if you wish
question I
do
need to
so.
be asking. Given that we have the cut scores, does anyone feel the need or have a desire to move into executive session for a further conversation regarding those cut scores? Okay. Yep, please go ahead.
And it's more broadly about assessment. It mirrors what you heard me say at the last one. It's kind of a bigger conversation that I'd like the board to engage in over the years as we go into assessments. It's interesting to me that, as I saw, that's level 1, 2, 3, 4, not proficient. It's that proficient number that I think not only parents, but policymakers struggle with, because that's what's in statute too, right? And so I struggle with the idea that we use psychometric exercise to determine what proficiency is, when the policy is we're saying these are the standards that we think kids should be able to know and do, but you'll be considered proficient if you only get some of those right, which is a bigger and much broader philosophical conversation. If I just, as this topic comes up, I think it's helpful because even for me as a parent, it was more helpful, honestly, to see level 1, 2, or 3, or 4. That made more sense to me. Because if not, you always focus where's the proficient. So I just wanted to throw that out there for
Thank you. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the recommended cut scores for the performance levels for the MSAA science? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, thank you. Do I have a second? Member Kravitz, thank you. Any additional conversation? Or questions, comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. We do okay that time? Executive Director Williams, thank you. All opposed, please indicate by same sign. All right, motion passes. Appreciate it. I will move us on to 4B, presentation, discussion, and possible action. Well, no, we should take action to approve the FY 2024 State Board of Education budget request. Director Williams.
Thank you, President Core, members of the board. Due to some technical issues within the
We will
budget.
not have a budget next year due to technical issues. That is disheartening.
Due to some technical issues within the database in which we have to submit the budget and create the budget in these Excel and sheets. I don't have what typically comes before the board. However, I'm going to talk through what our budget was in fiscal year 22, what happened in fiscal year 23, and then ultimately for fiscal year 24, we're just asking for baseline. In fiscal year 22, we had an operating budget of 18 full-time employees. Oh yeah, don't look at that yet. Just listen to me. We had an operating budget
That's
of
the old teacher in you.
That's the old teacher in me.
Don't give the
Students,
handouts if
students,
you want them to pay
I know.
attention to you.
So we had 18 FTEs and we had 2.1 and some change for our operating budget. That is all within a general fund type budget within the State Board of Ed. We also have a special line item for ESA, and that is for 1 FTE and $150,000. $100,000 is for salary and ERE for that FTE, and $50,000 is for services to the Assistant Attorney General's office. So for our total for fiscal year 22, it was 19 FTEs and $2.3 million. Last year, we asked for a significant amount of money and additional money on top of that baseline from fiscal year 22. And we also asked for additional staffers. And we got it. And that's really great because we need the assistance on the educator misconduct side, right? By ensuring that project director Garnett Burns has someone to help her with the significant amount of adjudicated cases. Just for an example, there's going to be close between 75 and 100 discipline cases for the September board meeting. just because of how the board meetings fall. So she needs help with those things. So we were able to get that. We also asked for additional funds to pay for additional lawyers within the Assistant Attorney General's office to assist Kim Anderson and Kathleen on adjudicating those cases in front of PPAC, because both of them have significant caseloads. So we did receive funding for that. We received $513,000 ongoing, both for our FTE and for the Assistant Attorney General's office. And then we received some one-time funding, which, as you know, when you have a new staffer, there are some one-time costs associated with bringing that staffer on board. We also requested a position for a constituent services individual who would also go into a little bit of open enrollment promotion. And the real reason for that was because within our current staff, we get a lot of parents or public members, elected staff that call us, and they really want to understand the system, right? What's available in Arizona. A parent could call and say, hey, I just moved here. I'm not sure which school I'm supposed to be going to or which district, or can you tell me a little bit about charter schools, ESA program? So we really needed somebody in our staff that was an expert in all of those areas who could really provide that information, because what was happening is typically if it was a more complex type of question, those phone calls would go to me. And frankly, it's my favorite part of the job. But we really wanted to focus on increasing that one-stop shop type of thing. Additionally, a couple of years back, when the board was working through its educator discipline revision and revamp and doing a lot of research into the adjudicated cases that the board had, the board started having conversations around trying to be more proactive instead of reactive. So this position will also allow for us to really focus on the proactive side of developing some free professional development that lives on our website that a teacher could utilize maybe for some clock hours, right? A district or a charter can utilize in a staff meeting, right? Again, with clock hours. So hopefully educate educators on why a certain situation that might seem pretty bland could potentially put you as a professional in a difficult situation. So I'm super excited for that, because I think that's an area in which the board can really grow. We also received an FTE for policy development staff. Ketcher and I met prior to last year's budget, and we looked at the numbers that he was doing, right? Between meeting with legislators, meeting with the different educational groups, conforming rule changes after session. And as the board's policy and authority has significantly increased, here comes Ketcher, writing 18 rule packages every fall. And with that comes a lot of meetings and whatnot. So we asked for an FTE that was kind of be like a junior policy person who could help the staff with conforming rule changes, pulling in stakeholder groups, speaking with the different organizations like ASA or GuppiMac, and really just be like a third person between the executive director and deputy director to get out there and spread the word of the state board. The last FTE we asked for was for an administrative assistant for project director Catherine Ruiz, who oversees ESA appeals, just because we do receive a lot of ESA parent emails and appeals or questions. And so we wanted to ensure that Catherine wasn't drowning in work. And so we were able to get that additional FTE as well. So the total increase from last year was 4 FTEs. Money-wise, that's $839,000 ongoing and $31,000 one time. Also associated within our ask was an additional $25,000 to assist with paying hearing officer Lee, Prudence Lee, who does our PPAC, but she also does the ESA appeals as the board has moved to a hearing officer. She also hears our certification denials. And along with those committees, we also have a court reporter, Angela, who we pay as well. So we wanted to make sure that if we're increasing the PPAC cases, we're increasing the lawyers associated with that, we're increasing the frequency in which that committee meets. We need to ensure that we also have enough funds to pay for those two very important people for the board. So our operating budget that I will be requesting next year that I hope you approve is just baseline, which will be, it's roughly $3,399,000 ongoing. 3 million, what did I say? Thousand? Billion, well,
Yeah.
billion.
We love that you think big, Director
Yeah,
Williams.
the year is 2150 and now it's, so we do have 23 full-time staffers. There is another staffer that makes up that 24th staffer, but it doesn't necessarily really exist because it has to do with investigators working overtime. When we get into the summer, they work on Saturdays to help process applications with the Department of Education. So that's kind of where that other one comes in. So I'm just requesting baseline. There is an aspect of the budget this year, and it was part of our hang up this week when I was working with our CSB office. We have to explain how the agency utilized the 10% increase for staff pay. Obviously, that just everyone got 10%. We didn't hold any back. Everyone got the full 10%. So I'll have to write a funding issue narrative for that. The organizational chart will stay the same as it previously has been, with the deputy director having some positions under him. The chief investigator has positions under himself, under Dave. As you know, you have 8 investigators and 2 administrative assistants on the investigative unit side. We do, going off the JLBC report, just so you can kind of, can you scroll down a little bit? I'm sorry, I meant the other way. Perfect. Yes. So with our operating budget, because a significant portion of the state board's budget is within that general fund, it does allow us to be flexible. When I create the budget, I do put monies into in-state travel and out-of-state travel, right? But if we go over, what I anticipated, that's fine. I just move the money around from other areas within the general fund. As you can see from fiscal year 2021, we didn't really travel much. So we ended up giving some more money back. Our offices are also under construction this fiscal year. So there's a little bit of capital costs associated with this fiscal year that I would anticipate the monies would be freed up for fiscal year 24. One of the things that this board will have to determine maybe by May or July of 2023 is whether or not the board would like to stay within NASB, which is the National Association of State Boards of Education. NASB annual fees are $25,000 to be part of. For the past 2 years, and frankly, I'm not really sure at what point there was an opportunity to put money into what NASB calls a PD fund. My understanding it was used and has been used to, pay for registration fees, pay for hotels if you go to NASB conferences, but our agency had a lot of money in there. And so for the past 2 years, I've utilized that PD fund to pay for the association costs of NASB. So really next summer is when the board's actual fiscal budget would take a hit if the board if the board wants to stay in NASB and believes it offers supports to boards of education, which I believe it does, and it provides a collaborative environment for all of you to work with your colleagues across states. But that's just something to be aware of next summer. Questions or concerns?
Any questions? Go ahead, Member Kravickas.
President, members. Alicia, wasn't there something specific in the budget about open enrollment? You alluded to it, but I remember there was like specific language in there.
So 2 sessions ago, so no, well, it wasn't directly last session. It was the session prior. What year was that? 22. No, this is 22, 21. There were bills passed pertaining to districts and open enrollment, right? And so the board took action on its guidance in the fall of 21. Along with that bill, there was language that we had to market and promote open enrollment around the month of January, correct? Yeah. So with that, there was language that says if funds were available. So because of how the position was worded in fiscal year 23's budget, I think that the state legislator wants the state board of ed to utilize that position for the open enrollment marketing implementation of that bill. Do you want the very specific language? Because I think Ketcher's pulled it up.
No, I don't think, I thought that was also part of the constituent services piece, but that
Correct.
makes sense to me. I forgot about that piece.
Correct. We lumped
Okay.
it all into one position instead of asking for multiple, or it also instead of going out and having to contract with an outside agency. At some point, maybe the board would like to do that. But I'm pretty confident we can find someone who has the skills to kind of save some taxpayer money and do it all in-house.
Do you currently, or will you be able to in this new constituent services, kind of like document the calls? Like, can you come to the board at some point and say, we got X amount of calls inquiring about charter schools, X amount of calls. I'm telling you, I get lots of calls still on open enrollment for denial. So I'll be asking the department soon. I'd love to get an update on how many complaints they're getting filed because I'm still hearing a lot. But it would be helpful to really kind of start quantifying that.
So President Core Member Kavickas, yes, we can do that. We keep soft lists internally. If Sandy Rogers was here, who is the board's receptionist, she would tell you she gets 25 to 50 phone calls a day. And we monitor also the State Board of Education inbox, which we try to filter to topic. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Other questions or comments?
President Core, Executive Director Williams, will you be providing this specific information to us at some point so we can actually see it? Because I am finding my vision is impaired and I can't see the screen across the way.
President Core Member Haley, yes, I will. So it's due September 1st, and I normally send it the whole package to the board in an email. And it's also will be on our website because that is
Awesome.
required.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just can't see that far.
Other questions or comments? Yeah, please.
But I'm grateful that the legislature is providing you guys some more support.
Mhm.
Clarifying question, President Core, Executive Director Williams, that from 2021, we had FTE of 18. For 2022, we're FTE of 23, and that will, or thereabouts, and that will be the same for 2024 that you'll be requesting. There is a 24th individual, but that more or less is addressed during the summer with the PPAC. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's more like a funding 24th than like a specific 24th.
Great.
Yeah, so it's just
Thank you.
baseline. It's what we have right now in fiscal year 23 will be the same that we request for fiscal year 24. So technically, we could go up in FTE or go up in FTEs or go up in funding if the legislator passes some type of project or whatever, and then the board gets more money and gets more FTEs. The other option is that they could cut us, but I don't anticipate that.
All right, then, do we have a motion to approve the budget request as provided and direct the executive director to submit this request to the governor's office by September 1st, 2022? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, thank you. Do I have a second? Second, Member Haley. Let's do it right again this time. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Perfect. Motion passes. So now we are able to look at that.
Well, President Core, look at this time management we
think
have
it had a
going
little
on.
bit to do with the agenda, but yeah, I'm proud of 45 minutes.
So, the board's retreat for today starts at 10, which gives us a perfect 15 minutes to go get a drink or use the facilities. And then we'll come back at 10, which we'll do a roll call and the start of the board's retreat.
Fantastic. Then we are adjourned at 9:45. Thank you very much. Well, fantastic. I'm going to get us, um, we worked efficiently through the first meeting, and then we rewarded ourselves with a little longer than anticipated break. So, and that's all just fine. So, do I formally call us into? Yeah, I guess I do. All right, then I'm going to officially call us into order at 10:09 for the board retreat, which will span the rest of the day today and into tomorrow morning. And will you be taking roll, Executive Director Williams?
Yes, President Corr. Vice President Burton. Member Cantonese. Member Clark. Member Clay. Member Hagerman. Member Haley. Superintendent Hoffman. Member Kravickas. Member Meyerson. Dr. Robbins. President Corr.
Here.
You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you so much. Then I would love to get us started with a discussion of the board's December 2021 COVID impact report. Executive Director Williams.
Thank you. President Corr, members of the board. If you recall back in great year of 2021, the State Board of Education along with the Department of Education and Helios put together a COVID impact report, and the board received numerous presentations on what those researchers and those highly analytical mathematical people were seeing within the K-12 landscape in Arizona. Quick takeaways: early grades saw larger impacts. And then our wonderful Jessica Mueller, who's the board's data and research analyst, followed up from that data and really started looking at schools that showed resiliency. So it didn't necessarily matter how great their proficiency was, but if there were no impacts to their data, or maybe they had better scores than they did in the 18-19 school year, Ms. Bueller reached out, had conversations, and collected some qualitative data from those school leaders. And we found that the schools that were most resilient tended to have leaders with significant experience at that school and within that community. So because of those two takeaways, we've invited Read on Arizona's Terry Clark to speak to the board about that partnership. And we've invited Peter Boyle from the Center of Future Arizona to talk about the Beat the Odds Academy and how CFA is working to build those leaders at those schools. Peter will also share his personal experience going through the Beat the Odds Academy. Prior to Jessica giving a high-level overview of her work, you may be asking yourself, well, what should I do as a board member as I'm sitting here listening? Find some takeaways. Find some takeaways from the presentations you hear today. Start thinking about how the state board can showcase partners. Think about how the state board and its authority intersect with our partners' work. Start thinking about future projects that the board can engage in, especially around COVID impacts. Some of the members and I have had conversations about long-term studies, looking at different subgroup populations. And then finally, are there areas of policy that either the board has authority over, or maybe the board doesn't have authority over that policy, but can be an advocate and can be a partner with someone else that does? Okay. Jessica.
Thank you, Executive Director Williams. President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. It is my honor to present some of the information that I've gathered from these school leaders. As Alicia spoke of, the earlier grades saw the largest impact with more in mathematics than our English language arts. We know that the schools experience higher student mobility, so enrollment was impacted as well in some of those early grade levels. So that's why we have the concern of early literacy, because we saw the kindergarten enrollment down in that 2020-2021 school year. So the schools I spoke to 10 for our initial analysis, and these were schools that were high Native American, Black, Hispanic, as well as Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander populations, high Title I, English language learners, and students with disabilities, as well as Gila, La Paz, Yuma, Apache, Coconino, Mojave, and Navajo counties. And I looked for the schools that were resilient with those student populations and with those special needs. And what I found was that there were a couple areas that the school leaders reported on contributing to their success. So the first was the administrative decisions that they made. Some of this was increased consistent communication with parents, knowing what the parents' needs were as well as the student needs. Their leadership was embedded within their community experience, as Alicia addressed. They moved their resources where they were most needed. So if they saw that students were doing well in one area, but there was an area where they needed more issues, they targeted those resources to those students. They also conducted more teacher input surveys. So a lot of them had stopped doing that practice, and they saw the need to include that again and get feedback from their educators. They also continued with their new teacher induction programs. However, they improved their mentor and master teacher coaching and support systems. They increased their professional development for teachers to reflect the gaps in knowledge needed around remote instruction, technology use, small group instruction. And they also studied multi-tiered systems of support, specifically with our special education students. They improved discussions across grade levels so that the students that were coming into the higher grade, those educators knew what those students' needs were.
Pardon me, Jessica, as I interrupt you. Wasn't it also true to state that some of those school leaders also adjusted the school calendar to ensure that those educators who maybe didn't have the knowledge and the skills for the virtual instruction gained those prior to going into the school year?
Yes, that'd be correct, Executive Director Williams. Some of them moved their school calendar forward a bit so that they could have more time to give the teachers the professional development, as well as giving them more time for lesson planning before the school year started. And the reason why they did that was so that if they did need substitute teachers to come into those classrooms, they had months of lesson plans available and ready so that they could just come right in and they weren't missing out on instruction that they needed to accelerate the learning recovery. So one of the other areas was that academic area. So that would be the improved lesson planning process, as well as a lot of updates to out-of-date curriculum. They use some of their ESSER funds to target on updating their textbooks and their curriculum and other supports. They changed some of their school calendars so that they could enhance the core curriculums. However, they did not remove any of the time that they had for electives at the same time. They just balanced their schedule a little bit better so that they could have more math, ELA, and science instruction.
And Jessica, would you say that those, when you talk about changing their school calendars or I'm assuming you mean that they changed their student calendars, so maybe they moved instead of 55 minutes of classes, especially at the high school, they moved to 90-minute block schedules?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay.
And they also still kept the teachers having their prep periods, their planning periods. The other academic improvements they saw was that they used greater usage of classroom data. And the way that they did this was the professional development around formative assessments with their teachers. So giving them training on that and using that particularly with their early literacy was something that they saw the improvement for their reading scores. And social emotional needs, which was highlight not in our data study, but we knew was going to be a need just because of the discussions that we had had with community members reporting comments to our board. The focus was on keeping their reading interventions, but they gave them at a distance. There was higher fidelity in these schools with their positive behavior intervention and support system, their PBIS. They had been recognized as pillars in that program and continued on in that. The teachers were performing more of their social-emotional learning check-ins daily in their classrooms. And they used a grade level watch list to target those interventions. So the teachers were brought in by grade levels for social-emotional, but with academic, it was more cross grade level articulation. There is a stronger SEL curriculum, so it's not just academic curriculum they used some of those funds for, they also used it for social-emotional learning. And then they noticed that in 2020, 2021 was one of the first times they could bring their students together for their student assemblies. When that happened, they actually, they included more student recognition in these assemblies, not just for academic success, but also social, emotional, and behavioral success. So they would have students across every grade level, every area, and recognize at these student assemblies. And then, so after I did that initial investigation of those 10 schools I found, I went and looked at 10 more schools that were specifically successful with their special education students. What they noticed was that they were doing more push and support for these students. And they were specifically doing more push in with reading interventions. So I think Terry Clark can speak a little bit more to how important those reading interventions are. There is additional and specialized social emotional learning provided for the special education students, as well as changes to their pre-referral process to enable early interventions and identification. And when they did move students back to general education from special education, they developed continuity plans with their general education teachers, just so that they could keep those supports in place without, losing any that they had in special education. They offered more opportunities for parents to visit their special education classrooms to see what was happening. They also worked more collaboratively with the general education teachers to review the lesson plans so that they could mirror their lesson plans with their special education students. So they were right on track with their general education students on what they were learning. So if they go into the general education classroom, they know what they're learning. They're on the same page at the same time in the curriculum. So that was initially what we found, and we would just love to know more feedback about what is the information you would like to gain from these school leaders.
Thank you, Jessica. This is really informative, and I appreciate you giving us this information. Can you just give us a clearer idea of, were these interviews you did with each of these leaders that showed success? Yeah, so just if you could just give me some clarity on the process of getting this information.
Yeah, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Burton, members of the board. The process that we used was to target the school leader as well as their superintendent of their district. If it was a charter school, it was just that school leader. They had the choice to bring in other individuals if they wanted them to be part of the discussion. So sometimes there would be their curriculum and instruction director from the district, or there would be their Title I grant specialist within their school, or with special education, it was a lot of their educators that I spoke with directly. And when I visited their campuses, I got to feel the climate and the culture of the schools as well. So some of it was virtual interviews, and then some of it was in-person site visits.
Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, it's great. Thank you so much, Jessica. Clearly, you spent a ton of time and energy on this, and so I'm so pleased to hear that we did this report and eager to ask a couple of questions. When you've given such great kind of descriptions of great data practices or used a particular curriculum, can you talk to me of sort of like what level will the report distill kind of specifics, because I think a lot of schools will say, we use great data systems, or we have a great curriculum, or we do a strong social emotional learning program. And I think what I've found is that it is not until we get into the very clear specific of it is this program used 10 minutes a day for 4 days a week, 5 weeks a year, that really we can see that sort of change happen. So can you just tell me a little bit more like what level of detail the report will go into?
Yeah, absolutely. President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Meyerson, members. The information that I've requested that schools provide to me is their strategic plans so that I can see what they're providing to their educators as far as what they're supposed to discuss when for their data meetings, because a lot of them did hold data meetings with the educators. And so I can see what those agendas look like, as well as what their plan was for why they put those things on the agenda in the first place. So I have that information embedded in their school context, but I think that it is so diverse that we don't want to call out one program, because there is linkages between each one that made these schools successful. So there's a commonality there.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I would just maybe to push a little further on that. I think that I have found that without that specificity, it's really hard to replicate.
Yeah.
And so if we're looking at the report as a tool for trajectory changing schools, following COVID, during COVID, pre-post COVID, without that level of detail and specificity, it will be another report we all put on the shelf that is lovely, but that we won't be able to replicate and actually see true change for kids.
Yeah, understood.
Clark.
Now I'm good. Okay, thanks. Sorry, guys. Didn't see I put the thumbs up. I just want to echo the amazing work that you've done that I think we all recognize. So thank you for all of the research and work that you've poured into this. It's very, very exciting, very grateful. I just had a few follow-up questions for myself. So when you talked about the schools that were resilient schools, were you finding those schools because they were in this initial research, they didn't show the declines that the other schools had shown? Is that what the resiliency was?
Yes, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Clark, members. It was the schools that on our COVID impact, where it would say severe impact, large and moderate to large impact, and then the minimal to no, as well as the improvement. I first targeted the improvement. There weren't many schools,
Right.
especially within these core subgroups that we know were affected the worst, most during the pandemic. So I then went to those that had either no impact from the pandemic. And I didn't control for prior to the pandemic how they were performing as a school, because we wanted to see you didn't need to be a successful school before the pandemic in order to have been resilient during the pandemic, to have had feedback systems that helped you in the moment. So
You just had to be like not declining or whatever. Okay. And then that's great. And I'm seeing some of that on here too. And then when you said that you looked at those schools that did special education really well, can you tell me more a little bit about why you looked at them and how you knew that they were doing it better, that you made you want to go look at them?
Yeah, thank you. President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Clark, members. Those schools were focused more on their proficiency scores. And what I looked at was by their county, if their proficiency score was higher than their county proficiency, and more than 10 points typically is what I was looking for. So not just a little bit better, but quite a bit. I forgot the other part of your question there, but that was how I focused on the special education. And then I really, every special education school that I looked at those populations, they had their whole team there with them. So I got to talk to each point with each one.
You could feel like just from being there, like, wow, their whole team is in on special ed at this school. That's really neat. A few more questions about this. Okay, great. So with the special education schools, you mentioned something about a pre-referral process. Was that right? Did I hear that right? Can you tell me more about that and how that impacted them doing well?
Yeah, so President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Clark, and members, their changes that they made to the pre-referral process were in order to provide supports before the student went into special education. They noticed that students were kind of on that cusp, and they wanted to see, was this a student that needs to be in special education, or do they need some accelerated learning? And they are are they on that pathway or this one? So it just enabled them to identify students earlier for supports that were necessary, and particularly around early literacy. They noticed that.
And I think I just echo Member Meyerson too, because the one thing I was thinking of this whole time is I'm like, okay, you mentioned that SEL was like this huge type of thing. And it sounds like a lot of the schools maybe used some of their ESSER funds to update curriculum or purchase SEL curriculum. Is that safe to say? So I definitely just personally, maybe too hard all over, but I'd be so curious to know, okay, if they were using their ESSER funds to update curriculum, what curriculum was it? Like, were they using it just to purchase SEL curriculum? If so, which curriculum? And if they were using it to purchase new early literacy screening tools or curriculum, like Orton-Gillingham methods, like what were they using? I'm just so curious about that, especially since these are obviously some models that we want to look at. I had a lot of really good notes because you just gave so much great information. Was there any and there might not have been, this might be a little outside of what you looked at. I'm curious about the special education piece as it relates to identifying and then moving kids actually into an evaluation and then a potential IEP. I think from my experience and the parents that reach out to me, there was this whole like, I tried to get my kid evaluated, and then we got it and there was like no services. So I'm like also just so curious, did you see an increase in actual IEPs and diagnoses, like specific learning disabilities, from those schools that were doing it well? Or
Yeah, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Clark, and members. That was one of the questions that I wanted to target, because I heard from all of you in the board and our public comments that getting those evaluations done was difficult. And in these schools' experience, and maybe it's because I targeted those that were resilient and successful, they had more transfer ins of current IEPs, and they did notice the gaps in those. And they did notice that they needed to evaluate, they needed to focus all of their efforts in getting those students' IEPs updated as soon as they came into their school, because they were not targeting the supports that they needed. Their educators were immediately giving them feedback of, you know, I think the student is benefiting from this. I see success with this strategy. So that's a change that they needed. So they did not have issues with getting evaluations done, because they didn't have a lot of new identifications beyond what they expected. So
very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, please, Member Clay.
Good morning. Good morning, President Corr, and thank you. This has been an eye opener. I just have two questions. My first question is, how did you select the schools in how did you select the counties? I think you said it was 6 counties that you named, basically. How many were there again?
I named 7 counties.
Okay.
A lot. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, and Member Clay.
Thank you so much. So there were 7 counties. And what was the prerequisite of you selecting the counties? And then I have another question after that. What was the prerequisites of these counties that you selected?
Yeah, no worries. President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Clay, and members. Prerequisite was those counties that saw the highest impact in a lot of these counties were those that had school closures for longer periods of time due to more widespread COVID exposures in their counties. So it was those groups, as well as just wanting to focus a little bit more on the rural perspective, as well as a result of I did interview a couple Maricopa and Pima County schools as well.
Okay, my concern was just, were all the counties represented in this study? And were these the only schools in the state that were considered resilient?
Yes, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Clay, and members. These were not the only schools that were resilient. There were about 30 that I noticed that we could target. These are the schools that got back to me, as well as the ones that had the most broad addressing of the subgroups that were affected the most. So maybe they were in a rural area, but they also had a high ELL population. So I kind of tried to target in the smartest way of like, they're hitting all 3 of these high need areas. But I think the only counties that I did not address is having that was Graham and Greenlee County. Those were the 2 that I didn't find anybody to target and focus on. But I also did focus on the schools that were a little bit larger. There was one school that was about 80 students, but most of the time I was looking at 250 or more, 300 more students. So if I went smaller, I could probably capture Graham and Greenlee.
I think what you did was great. I would like to see that on a wider level. I'm from Cochise County, very rural and on the border. We have large schools, and we have 2 schools that are one-room schoolhouses way out in the country. So it would be great to widen that landscape of your study. I think it's a great study, and I would believe that you probably had a lot of challenges just getting the information that you gave us. So again, thank you so much for what you've done, and I would like to see that on a wider scale. This is great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'll work on that.
Other questions? Yeah, Member Kravickas.
Mr. President, members, again, echo everybody's comments. Thank you so much for a job well done. The thing that struck me, it's kind of more of just a comment, is it's best practices. It's kind of all the stuff that we know, but kind of back to Member Meyerson's comment, it really comes down to fidelity of implementation. Really, because I mean, I often joke, nobody's ever going to say, oh, we have a bad curriculum. They're all going to say they have a good curriculum. So I don't know how to get down to your issue, but that's really what it comes down to, is implementation. I have one question. You said when they talked about continuity of plans for some of the students moving from gen ed to sped, does that mean they no longer had an IEP, or they moved from like a self-contained classroom to a gen ed classroom?
Yeah, great question, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Kravickas, and members. That meant that they were no longer having an IEP, but maybe they still needed a little bit more planning so that they could keep seeing the gains that they were seeing in their IEP, so that they weren't tossed in with no support.
Oh, thank you very much for that clarification. That makes a lot of sense. I've been talking a lot about the fact that you never outgrow a disability. You have a disability for your life. You may no longer need certain supports or an IEP level of supports, but you always have a disability. So it's nice to hear that some schools are certainly recognizing that. And this question is probably not for you. It may be for the department at a further time, but I'm also wondering how do we find out how they're spending their ESSER dollars in like aligning them with these types of best practices? And on special ed in particular, how many districts or schools, I don't even know how to phrase the question, offered compensatory instruction, which I won't bore you all with the details. It's in federal law. If you have an IEP and certain criteria are met, they're required to be provided compensatory instruction. So it's a really hot topic nationally, of course, post-COVID. And I don't know if we're gathering that information, but I think it would be really helpful to see another correlation of the districts or schools that made a great impact, or also because they provided some of those supports.
That's a great point. I will look for those
Thank you.
best spending dollars, as well as on the fidelity and implementation. I know the Department of Education has some acceleration academies, and maybe it wasn't these schools that I spoke to that received those acceleration academies grants for the fiscal year 2021. But I would like to see that information and just see if there's best practices within that, because that's the goal, right?
Yeah, please, Member Haley.
Thank you so much, President Corr. Jessica, thanks so much for this update and for the work that you've done for this. Quick question, will this data include the 2021-2022 interventions? Like, will this continue on into the next school year and look back?
Yeah, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Haley, and members, that was a question that we were even getting from schools. I actually emailed some of them and said, can I have your FY22 spring assessment scores to see if you're still making those gains that we saw? They didn't have them yet either at the time, but we're going to continue forward and get that information and include it within this report. And I agree, following up on if they are still making gains, and anything changed. If they aren't, did anything change in the whole direction? So thank you.
Just a quick question, and is it fair to say that these were high-performing schools who then transitioned to resilient schools? Or was that, I know you didn't control for that when you selected these schools to reach out to, but is that a fair statement that they were fairly well high-performing and then they became resilient during COVID?
President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, and members, no, that would not generally be the trend. Most of the trend was that they were just moderate performing, below the average county proficiency before the pandemic, but then they saw no impact to their scores. So they held steady where they were
Interesting.
at rather than others having an impact and, declining in the proficiency.
That's counterintuitive. There goes my theory. Okay. That ends my questioning. Any other thoughts or questions? I would like to echo the earlier comments of appreciation for the work that was done, its timeliness, its importance, and it sounds like it's ongoing nature. So that's really neat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Gore.
I believe we are. Yeah. Did you want to? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hold on one sec. I don't know if we have. Yeah. Member Krivickas,
Just
please.
generally,
Yeah.
As we continue to evaluate COVID impact data, I would love to see at the state level, not at the LA level, that data broken out by the 13 disability categories, because I think that helps us drill down in terms of, we may discover that, certain populations fared worse or hopefully fared better. I just think that would help. Again, at the state level, so we don't have to worry about N sizes and all that stuff, but just to give us a good picture.
Yeah, President Gore, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Krivickas, and members, that was one of our big pushes for getting our data sharing agreement with the Department of Education, just to look at how we can examine that data as well as include it in our future reporting.
Thank you. And then part of my hope with that is that we start to empower the community. I'm sorry. Part of my hope is that we can empower those unique communities as well, the autism community, the visually impaired communities, to really own that data and be part of the solutions moving forward.
Thank you.
This time you get to leave for sure. Thank you. Executive Director Williams, we have a presentation. Someone joining us from a distance. Yeah.
President Court, we do. So we're going to start with Terry Clark, who is the state's literacy director and oversees Read On Arizona. She has a presentation for y'all, and then we'll make herself available for questions and whatnot. As she's, talking through her presentation, giving you some information around the partnerships, feel free to not only just ask her questions, but if you have a question for staff of how the state board's involved or where can we go from here, whatever, don't hesitate to ask that as well. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for joining us. Please go ahead.
All right. I cannot see what you're, there we go. So thank you, President Kaur, Vice President Burton, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board, and Executive Director Williams. I'm so pleased to be here to share about our collaborative work towards accelerating early literacy in Arizona. I'm Terry Clark, and as the Arizona Literacy Director, I guide the work of Read On Arizona. For those of you that may not be familiar, we were launched in 2013. Read On Arizona partners saw a vision and the possibilities if everyone got behind a common goal and a plan for early literacy for the state. So really taking collaboration to that deeper collective impact level. Next slide, please. So these are the partners and many more that make up the Read On Arizona initiative. Everyone, as I said, is rowing in the same direction, working in coordination across the state. Founding partners include the Arizona Department of Education, First Things First, Community Foundation, the Helios Education Foundation, Virginia G. Piper Charitable Trust, and the State Board of Education continues to be a critical key partner in our Read On Arizona initiative. So I want to thank you for your role. Next slide. So you heard Jessica on the impact of the pandemic and the resiliency that she had started to study. I just want to take a moment to take you through a quick high-level data walk specific to literacy in Arizona. So next slide. Important for us to recognize the progress Arizona was making before the pandemic. So as you see from the slide here, Arizona was one of only 7 states that was showing statistically significant improvement in 4th grade reading over the last 10 years on NAEP, which stands for the National Assessment of Educational Progress. And it's really considered the nation's report card and gives an apples to apples comparison on how states are doing in reading. So this was a big lift and a significant accomplishment, but we all agree that there was still much to do. Next slide. And then the pandemic hit. So what I'd like to share with you is some analysis done by Read on Arizona that we looked at the impact of COVID on our youngest learners using K-3 literacy benchmark data from a sample pool of schools across the state that use the same assessment tool 3 times a year for kindergarten through 3rd grade. Next slide. So we first looked at January 2020, right before the pandemic, and January 2021 benchmark assessment scores for literacy. And what should strike you here is that, what the key takeaway is students in all grades, kindergarten through 3rd grade, were impacted negatively. And the worst effects being in those youngest grades. We saw a significantly more students scored at risk, that lowest achievement level in FY21. The increase was again greatest in kindergarten, with what you can see a 28 percentage point increase in students scoring at risk. This was not a surprise. This was something we anticipated as soon as the pandemic started. I think it's something that the board impact of the pandemic report has accentuated, but it was also data that we could quickly look at to understand what we needed to do in the midst of the pandemic. But we looked a little deeper as best we could on some of this data. So the next slide, please. And what we also found notable differences in literacy rates occurred before and during the pandemic, with lower achievement being associated with high school level poverty. So this data is not collected by subgroup, but what we could do is group those schools into sort of high, medium, and low poverty categories, and then see how their pre-pandemic and their mid-pandemic literacy benchmark scores were. So high and medium poverty schools struggled, as you can see, to close the gaps created by the pandemic at the same rate as low poverty schools. And this is in kindergarten, what that looked like. And then next slide. So in 1st grade, the pre-pandemic, all students in all poverty ranges started in the fall at a higher level than during the pandemic. So that was a noticeable drop, but also schools started lower, and especially high poverty schools showed little growth for their learners. And next slide. Oh.
Could we just ask, it's really hard for me to see, like, just to understand what the, just to like narrate a little bit of like what each of the indicators is showing on the low, medium, and high, just as you, if you don't mind what those numbers are. Does that make sense?
Sorry.
Terry, were you able to hear that, Terry, the request?
Sorry, I can see the lines very clearly. I guess to just say, like, when we're looking at the low to, I can see the lines really quickly, Terry, but if you could just sort of narrate like what we're looking at when we're looking at the low, medium, and high to see what has changed. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So the low, medium, and high is just the level of poverty. And so schools that, and the benchmark of, so for instance, on this slide, you'll see schools in low poverty category. Students started in 1st grade at a 74%. And then in pre-pandemic, and they started at a 51% meeting benchmark a year later. And that growth from fall to spring was for low poverty schools went from 51% to 58%. So there was, some growth. But in a high poverty school, for instance, who started with students meeting 28% of students meeting benchmark, by the end of that year, in spring of 2021, only 29% met benchmark. So no growth. Is that helpful? And I'll provide these slides so that you can see, but the key takeaway is that high poverty schools, students were coming in, performing lower than they had been, and then not seeing a lot of growth. Is that helpful?
Quick question. So, and I can't see the data very clearly on the screen, but is the orange column the 2020 and then the blue
Yes.
column is 2021? So students that were entering in fall 2020 saw an overall decline or stagnant in the case of low poverty, if I'm reading that or looking at it generally correctly. And then the blue column, those students that were entering first grade. So those would be kindergartners that had, they were kindergarten in 2020 to 2021. They either were, they essentially started at a lower threshold than the 2020. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Got it.
Okay.
Yep. And again, I'm sorry if you can't see the visuals on screen. I will provide these slides, and essentially just key takeaway is exactly what you just summarized, that in the year following the beginning of the pandemic, they're starting at a lower benchmark and then not seeing a lot of growth. Again, we are still in the process of analyzing the most current year, so we'll be providing you some updated information once we have that.
President Core members, sorry, Terry, just 1 second. Members, if you go into Assembly in the retreat, the item, so we're on item 1A, and then 1A1 is Terry's presentation that she's working on right now. The presentation is attached. If you need help, I will walk and help you as Terry continues to present. Thank you, Terry.
No, thank you. And yes, thank you, Alicia, for letting them know that. And again, high level, next slide, please, is that we saw this trend continue as we went up to second grade. And in fact, started to see a significant drop for young learners in 2021. So high poverty schools starting at 48% meeting benchmark in the fall, and actually dropping to 35%. And then in third grade, we see that trend continue. And as I said, we will continue to monitor these trends, and we'll be including 2022 benchmark as the sampling in an upcoming analysis that we'll be finishing up this fall, and we'll be sure to share that with the board once it is completed. But all of this was just a quick data walk to know that even in the earliest grades and earlier than third grade, where reading instruction is critically important, we saw how COVID wreaked havoc with our literacy instruction and literacy acquisition for our young learners. So next slide, please.
Terry, this is Member Clark. I have a really quick question on the last slide.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. Was there any analysis or evaluation on school closures as it relates to these? I see that it's related to poverty level, and we can see, okay, pre-pandemic, third grade literacy by poverty level. I'm just curious also about how any cross analysis might have been done related to length of school closure, not just poverty level.
Great question. So we are in this next round and current and updated analysis. We are absolutely looking at that, and we'll be able to use that as another additional layer to see how much of an impact that school closures had on the data. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
All right, next slide. So again, key takeaways is the pandemic led to significant unfinished learning, especially for our youngest learners. I want to leave you with a little hope, and a lot of my rest of my presentation is about all that we have been doing to counteract some of that data that we knew was coming and was unavoidable because of COVID. We will likely see a bounce back to pre-pandemic levels, I think, for Arizona, because we have been doing a number of things that some of the other states that I'm going to be talking about that we've learned from have done, and they have just in the last week been announcing some great news about bouncing back and reaching some pre-pandemic levels. So So I just want to sort of thread, that I am very hopeful, but we still have a long way to go. So next slide. And this is what I really wanted to share with you today. I think if we see the rebound that I hope that we will, it will be due to a comprehensive and coordinated approach that Arizona has taken and that we took early on in the pandemic and continued to build on as the pandemic stretched out. In 2020, just before the pandemic hit, we actually, Read on Arizona hosted a state learning exchange with Mississippi. If you'll remember from the NAEP scores that I shared with you earlier, that Mississippi was the state that's demonstrated the most growth over the last 10 years of any state in fourth grade reading in NAEP scores. And we really asked them to work with us in a multi-year state learning exchange where we asked them to share key drivers to their success. What did they think was contributing to their success? What were opportunities for acceleration? And we included a number of our stakeholders and collaborative partners in that learning exchange so we could really sort of do a collaborative inquiry process together. Next slide. So our learning exchange led to the development of a multi-year early literacy policy framework for Arizona that was informed by Mississippi, as well as the state board's K-3 literacy ad hoc recommendations and working group, and Read On's shared strategic priorities. As you can see there are 3 strategic sort of areas that we focused on and that came again and again up as sort of key drivers. One was building educator capacity in the science of reading. Second was bringing evidence-based literacy solutions to greater scale. And the third was expanding and sustaining equitable access to high quality early learning opportunities from the early years through 3rd grade. So the framework really helped inspire legislation that's resulted in the passing of SB 1572 and HB 2026 over the last 2 years, and significant new investments of relief dollars to support early learning and literacy. And I'm excited to share that the State Learning Exchange is continuing, and next month we'll be kicking off the first of multiple convenings with the state of Florida. Another state that over multiple years and even more than 10 years has showed consistent and successful improvements in early literacy. Next slide, please.
Terry, when hopefully in the next couple of bit, otherwise I'll bring this question up at the end. Will you be able to talk a little bit about the comprehensive literacy? I call it wrong.
Yes.
The comprehensive literacy state development grants and how the training of the 25 and hopefully projection over the next few years, 75 literacy coaches are helping to address some of these goals.
You got it. There's a couple of slides coming your way.
Cool, thanks.
Yep. So one of the key strategies around building educator capacity was to begin to be very targeted and intentional about offering high quality early literacy professional development. LETTERS is a national program or a series of professional development over multiple years that educators can take. It is not a curriculum. It is a professional development, really basically a deep dive into the foundational skills of early literacy and how educators can use those no matter what curriculum or core reading program in their classroom they're using. These are tools in their tool belt that they can then call on to help especially improve skills and foundational skills for students that are struggling, which is always a difficult thing when faced with that as a teacher. So the LETTERS training, we learned that Mississippi had trained all of their K-5 educators in LETTERS across the entire state, and they considered that one of the key drivers of their success. North Carolina is on track to train 44,000 teachers in LETTERS over the next few years. And though we've made inroads here, as you can see, 3,500 educators are trained in letters at no cost to the schools. It's right now we're focused on the highest need districts in the state. And we do have districts participating in all 15 counties. But as I said, scale is an important factor here for increasing capacity and really sort of tilting in the direction we want to go. So we would intend to continue to try to get to the scale of some of our other states that we've seen this be very successful. Next slide.
Terry, I have a really quick question on letters, if you don't mind. I love that we're modeling so much of what we're doing off of Mississippi because they really have done a fantastic job. And I think Letters is an amazing program. I'm sure you're aware of the larger kind of challenges and controversies with the science of reading and structured literacy and all of those things, particularly as it relates to going back or pursuing educators to get training when they've already gone through school and done all these trainings and certifications. So I was just curious, what are some of the challenges, if any, that you've had in actually getting educators to want to be trained in letters? And I'm just thinking to a school that I spoke to about 8 weeks ago. We were, struggling to get a kiddo evaluated. And they said, well, we can help with that later, but we are going to a training, this summer. 2 of our staff are going to a training on letters. And I thought, oh, that's fantastic. But have you seen challenges in educators actually wanting to get that training? And I'm asking because I'm wondering if there's ways the state board can partner on that.
That is a great question. And I'll be honest that, and I think if Sean and others from the department would echo this, that teachers are hungry for the most effective tools so that they can be successful in the classroom. So whenever the department has put out this letters training, schools are clamoring for it and signing up, and teachers are coming out saying, first of all, a little bit like, why didn't I learn this earlier? And then second of all, but now I do know, and now I can apply this immediately in the classroom, and they're excited to share their success in that. So we are seeing that it's actually more an issue of we can't probably provide as quickly as all would like the training, immediately and as at scale, but we would like to get there.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Terry, I'm sorry to go backwards, but I wanted to ask earlier, what test was used in that analysis earlier in those early slides? Was it NWEA?
It was not, it was Acadians. That was the assessment that the largest pool of schools were using.
What do they have to demonstrate that test or that screener is accessible to all learners? And do we have data to ensure that it was? Because I know some of them that are not state required assessments aren't always accessible.
I would have to get back to you on that. That's really a question probably that the department is better suited to answer. It is all these screening, the K-3 benchmark tools are approved on an approved list.
Do they have the data? I mean, if we ever wanted to see subgroup data?
I am happy to say, sorry, that one of the things that came out of us doing this analysis with the K-3 benchmark data was that there was a need to start collecting that at a subgroup level. And with some of the legislation that was passed this last year, now that will be more that made available.
Thank you.
Yes, no, great questions. So next slide is to really talk to you
I think
about.
we have another question.
Oh, sorry.
Member Clay.
Hi, it's Member Clay. Thank you, President Core. You had recently said that letters was a free training. From my experiences, letters is tuition based. Am I missing something?
Yes, I said that we provided it, that we used, the department and is used relief dollars that got funding to make it available for free at no cost.
Could you give me that information? Because I know that where I'm at, we're paying lots of money for that.
We can get you that information to see if, again, there were certain schools that were targeted because of the high need. So it may be, but there are a lot of resources the department is now making available, letters and beyond, with some of the amazing work that the high academic standards team is doing. So we want to get you that information, and we'll make sure to do that.
Thank you so
President
much.
Core, Terry, 1 second, Member Clay, just to also add to that, some school districts and charters have utilized their own ESSER funding to train their teachers, right? So like Terry Clark is talking about, of the funding through the department allowing for free training, right? Other schools have determined they're just going to pay for it themselves because they want it now.
Thank you for that information. I just, at my level, which is ground zero, it's a little bit different, but I get it. There are some schools that have received the training, or they were targeted for the training, in some schools who have not. I just needed clarification on that. Okay, thank you.
Again, eventually we would love to have the ability to make that available to all schools like other states have been able to do. So something we can work on together. So then in our capacity building strategy, there were also relief dollars that were put towards creating this network of literacy coaches, preschool to 3rd grade. This was, again, another strategy that Mississippi undertook, supporting schools in their lowest performing category with this kind of intensive supports in the form of literacy coaches. With this funding, we are able to allocate and provide 25 literacy coaches to date. They will have already started receiving sort of their coaching training. And they will be receiving letters at these schools where the coaches are placed. Will be receiving letters as well. So we're really trying to sort of provide that swarm sort of wraparound supports to make sure that these schools have a master literacy coach available to them to support their work. And the idea is that they will get 2 to 3 years of this and then graduate out. And then if we can secure the additional, continued funding, then we would move needed schools into getting those supports. And we also, Mississippi did scale this up to around 75. I think they actually got to over 100 literacy coaches throughout the state. So that is, again, one of our goals, is to scale up to 75 coaches by year 3. But currently it's funded only at the 25 coaches level. But they are being deployed currently this academic year. So we will have more to tell you as we get into further along in implementation.
Terry, I have a really quick question on that, and this is Member Clark again. It relates to the literacy coaches and then also the letters training. How would a parent know that their school has had an educator trained in letters, or that their school is receiving some of this expertise and support from one of these highly trained literacy coaches? How would a parent know that?
It's a great question. I always say, any parent at a school can ask about a school's literacy plan, and that information should be in there because it includes professional development. We are, and I will get to that in a little bit, doing some updates to our data tool and data center, where we will, if we have that information, start putting some of those things up to identify, for instance, schools that are part of the literacy coaching project or the comprehensive literacy state development. So there may be some ways that we can help to make that more accessible. But a great way to start is by just asking more about the school's literacy plan and what how they're engaging in some of those projects.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. And we also were able to, again, identify relief dollars that were allocated to support the dyslexia training and screening and that legislation that was passed a few years ago. Again, similar to your question earlier on the letters training, the demand for this training was extremely high. The department opened that up and all the funding was allotted in only 8 weeks. So it was, again, I think a recognition that although the schools and our educators have been through a tremendous amount, that they're hungry and they have a strong appetite for tools that they know will help them to be as effective in the classroom as they can. So there's clearly more training that could be done and will be done as we roll this out. But consideration is how do we, meet that demand?
Terry, this is Member Clark again. I have a question about this before you move on to the next slide. With the dyslexia designee grant, now that there's 2 educators per school that are trained to screen with dyslexia, just had a few questions about that. One, is there a specific assessment that you use, or do you have 4 or 5 specific assessments that you allow them to use for their screening?
So the department has a list of approved assessment tools, and that's available on their website. So that's how that's being handled. We can get you that information very easily.
I think I might have seen it in there now that you mention it, but there's only a few that I'm familiar with. The other ones, I was like, what is that? Just a few more questions. So with the screening, when a child is screened, and then I know they can be screened multiple times, and then they're deemed obviously at risk for being 1 in 5 kids that have dyslexia. Are they actually ever getting a diagnosis for dyslexia, or they're just being screened for it?
The moment they're just being screened, and there could be a recommendation for further, referral. And that is, as we all know, some of the challenges within the system of what happens once they've been screened and a referral has been recommended. So I think we still have a lot of, work to make that an easier and more navigated, process for parents. But that's my understanding as how it works today.
Be possible, and I'm not sure exactly where this would fall under, but I'm guessing that since we are doing so much more screening for dyslexia, and we know that it's often not caught, so I'm so thankful for the screening. I'm thinking that we would probably see the number of students that are actually then receiving a diagnosis or receiving an IEP for specific learning disability in reading. So we know at the school level, they won't call it dyslexia, they call it specific learning disability reading, that we would see those numbers skyrocketing as a result of this screening and just capturing those kids. Is there a way, because I don't know if we have that now, is there a way that at some point we could see the results of those screenings, and specifically if it's leading towards actual diagnosis, IEPs? And of course, the reason I'm bringing that up is because one of the challenges that I hear quite on a regular basis is my child went through this screening, but unfortunately I wasn't able to get a diagnosis, or unfortunately I wasn't able to get the services for my child, even though they were screened. So that's why I'm asking that question.
It's a great question. And I think, and I will certainly take that back to the department. Our hope is that because of this, that data will be collected and be able to, help inform sort of how that happens. Because you're absolutely right. The screening is the first, sort of phase, and the referral, and then the actual getting of services. We want to sort of get them over that finish line for what's needed. And that's an important, those data sets will help us to inform, improvements to the system. So thank you. I'm going to keep us moving. Next slide, just because I just have a few more, and these have been great questions. And thank you. And I'm so sorry I can't sort of, when we're on the slide, I can't see you. So thank you so much for just, chiming in if you have questions and bearing with me in my virtual abilities here. So one of the other key drivers that Mississippi and a number of other states that we've talked with really identified was having a kindergarten entry assessment. And we have had a pilot of that and been doing kindergarten entry assessment, but it was a volunteer program. With the relief dollars, there actually 1.5 million went to fund this, to allow that to be then funding provided. So Mississippi identified this as a key driver. Arizona is now one of 30 states that requires a kindergarten entry assessment. I always like to talk about this as an intent is that we understand the strengths a child comes in as they enter kindergarten and how we can best support them as they move through the early grades. We are in the process of understanding the readiness of children and what supports they need. And we need to really be smart about how we implement and do this in a way through this first year of implementation. I think messaging and communication and supporting the successful implementation of this will be a huge step. And like I said, as other states have demonstrated, it's really informed them on key decisions in the early grades around reading instruction. So we are hopeful that the implementation will go smoothly. Next slide. So you asked earlier about the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant, and this was very early at the onset of the pandemic. Arizona took a big step with a collaborative application for federal funding that was available. The Department of Education acted as the fiscal lead, project lead, and I'm happy to say that we were successful with that application, and Arizona was awarded a 5-year, $20 million federal grant. The project aims to strengthen collaboration, improve efficiency, and drive innovation to accelerate language and literacy outcomes in high-need schools and qualified opportunity zones, serving Arizona's most disadvantaged students, and it is birthed through grade 12. So this was a big step for us. Happy to report some key highlights so far. This was a sub-granting grant, so we were able to sub-grant out 95% of the funding in the first year. 40 sites were selected out of an application process. Those sites serve 13,000 students and 750 educators. And we also created some deliverables within that grant to convene institutes of higher ed on working with us to strengthen the educator prep program around literacy instruction, both coursework design to help inform updates also to our state literacy instruction plan, and expanding the continuum of effective literacy practices to grades 4 through 12. And at the same time, as we were doing the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant, Arizona was selected as one of 6 states to participate in a national pilot called the Path Forward, which focused on strengthening educator prep programs in literacy instruction. That was a 1-year program, and we were able to integrate into our longer-term CLSD project a number of those strategic learning opportunities from the Path Forward. So again, I think we are in year 2 of the 5-year grant. There is a lot of excellent work going on. And I think we are learning a lot about how ready some schools are for this combination of high quality professional development and coaching opportunities, to integrate high quality curriculum and assessment tools, and to really leverage sort of, as I heard earlier, talk about some of these resilient schools identified sort of the best practice that we know helps in driving and accelerating early literacy outcomes. And next slide, please. And then a more recent approach that I wanted to share with you as we are just getting underway on this is around evidence-based solutions, but we we're happy to say that ADE has funded an investment in using their Arizona's American Rescue Plan School and Communities Grant Program. They funded a consortium application that we called Project Call, Collaborating to Accelerate Learning and Literacy. And Read On convened partners from across the state for a consortium application that will build evidence-based local literacy hubs that will provide a seamless continuum of support to address learning loss by prioritizing enrichment and reinforcement to learning in both in-school and out-of-school time settings, and to accelerate literacy and learning outcomes in high-need schools and communities. And at the same time, leverage Read On Arizona, the state's early literacy initiative, in advancing a state-level literacy hub that will enhance existing data tools, develop literacy resources, and build capacity and improve evidence-based supports that are easily accessible across the field to address learning loss and provide reinforcements to learning. Specifically, this will result in improvements to our data tool called Maplet, but also collaborating around development of a one-stop shop literacy resource clearinghouse for Arizona, and create a state-level leadership team and professional learning community focused on chronic absenteeism to begin moving forward. As we've heard across the field, the engagement and re-engagement of students is a priority. So we want to move towards tiered intervention models and explore policies that other states have been successful with on reducing chronic absenteeism. So we're so happy again that this was a collaborative effort, and scaling and sustaining some challenges over the long haul will be an important piece of that.
Jerry, we have another quick question here.
Sure.
Hi, Terry. Thanks again. It's Member Haley. Quick question on that, the project call. What will be the long-term sustainability of that initiative? Will it just be housed within the Arizona Department of Education? Will additional resources be needed in order to maintain it? Or is it just sort of a one-time deal for the next 2 fiscal years? I'm just curious of the sustainability given so many new specific initiatives to address literacy.
Great question. So part of our thinking here was the one-time use to really get, create these resources was an important use of an effective use of relief funding. And then also because it's done not just with the department, but with Read On and a number of collaborative partners. So resources and sustainability, it becomes all of our responsibilities to make sure that these resources continue after the relief dollars are not there. And that's an important piece of Read On Arizona's sustainability framework is to ensure a number of these resources continue after initial funding is no longer available.
Thank you.
Terry, or President Corr, time for a question. Terry, could you tell me a little bit? So I understand that we're in year 2 of the grant, and obviously a lot of educators being impacted by the training, which is really exciting. When do we expect to see the data or sort of results or impact of these educators receiving that training, fully understanding we're also still in year 2 of the grant?
I would expect, that's a great question, Julie, thanks. I would expect, we're hopeful we're going to be able to start to show some of that at the end of this academic year, or at least at the beginning of next year.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Terry, it's Carla. President Corr, I'm really excited to see all this. I didn't realize this much training was being provided by the state, and it's very exciting to see it all. I'm wondering, as part of, I'm assuming they kind of fill out applications to be a part of any of these opportunities. Does the school have to show some demonstration or assurance that their curriculum is aligned? We hear anecdotally that, there's lots of schools that still have reading curriculums that are not aligned with the science of reading. Stress that's anecdotal. I'm just saying, as part of that, usually when you apply for a grant, there's like assurances and ways that we can even go out to the field and audit and evaluate, one, the implementation, but also the curriculum that's being used.
Yes, Great question, Carla. Thank you so much. And yes, for example, on the CLSD, there was a very, an application process, and some of what they had to propose was if they weren't using an evidence-based or were in the process of identifying, they needed to be outlining what their process was in identifying an evidence-based curriculum. So where we have been able to, and I know the department has been amazing at this, really trying to ensure that we're moving and guiding the field in that direction. And that it does take time, but wherever there could be assurances, and some of the funding was tied to these things moving in that direction. Next slide, and I think that might be one of my last slides. I know I've thrown a lot of information at you, but I wanted to lastly just touch on the engine that drives this comprehensive approach, including all the partners, is our commitment to devising strategies for improvement through shared data integration, data-driven decision-making, research, and evidence-based solutions. Arizona's shared integrated data platform called Maplet is a national model that has informed work from the Bipartisan Policy Center, as well as other states and national organizations over the last few years. I'm happy to say that Maplet 2.0 will be launching in the coming weeks and provide the field access to new look, new functionality, more robust ability to use data to inform their work at the local, regional, and state level. And dissemination projects like our case study series, which we did in collaboration with the State Board of Ed and the Arizona Department of Ed, has garnered some national recognition. I just wanted to point out, in fact, that in October, the National Association of State Board of Education will be hosting its annual meeting here in the Valley, and we'll be taking members for a tour of one of the case study schools as a model demonstration site for what high quality literacy instruction looks like. We will be doing a second round of case studies starting this fall that will really look at how schools have been doing before, during, and now what we hope coming out of the pandemic, and really being able to tell their story of what were the key drivers to their success. With that, I think next slide. So Arizona, I just wanted to again say thank you. Arizona is being recognized for the collaboration and the coordinated approach for early literacy, and we will continue to work together to build a strong and effective literacy system for the state that works to ensure all children reach their reading potential. Just want to thank the State Board of Education members and staff for the critical role you play in helping us to prioritize early literacy for Arizona. And the last slide, I leave you with contact information, because this comprehensive approach requires that we stay the course, we focus on successful implementation and address issues of scale and gaps together so we can accelerate literacy outcomes for our youngest learners. We are available to answer questions or provide additional information as needed to the state board. And we, again, cannot say enough how working with Alicia and all of the staff at the state board and members prioritizing early literacy has really helped to raise this up and gain momentum that, frankly, a few years ago, I wasn't sure would happen. And so it's just a real pleasure to be able to share all the work that's being done.
Well, Terry, thank you so much for that presentation. And I know we have another presentation before lunch, but if we had another question or two, we might have a moment. Any? Carla, please.
Hi, Terry and members of the board. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, just really stressing, I think, the importance of getting at the state level, reading data broken out by the 13 different disability categories. Sure. Intuitively, we all know that the way you would teach a child who's visually impaired is very unique and different from how you would teach a child to read who's hearing impaired. And so I think that, again, making those distinguishments would really help the field, and again, also help the communities themselves to really advocate and ensure that they're getting that good instruction.
Anyone
Thank you.
else? Well, once again, Terry, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time and effort in this presentation. Just wonderfully done, and I thank you.
Thank you for having me.
promised, Executive Director Williams, we have one more presentation for lunch.
Yes, thank you, President Court. So next up, we have Peter Boyle from the Center of the Future of Arizona. He's going to be talking about the Beat the Odds. Oh, there he is. He's going to be talking about CFA's efforts within the Beat the Odds Academy and his own personal experience of going through the program as well. Just so you know, Mr. Boyle, I don't know if you can see us. Not sure, but once we start presenting, I'll just have Dr. Court interrupt you if there's any members who have questions. And thank you for being here with us today.
Of course, thank you. All right. Well, thank you again and good morning, President Kaur, Superintendent Hoffman, and members. It is a pleasure to be here virtually this morning to share a little bit more about our Beat the Odds School Leadership Academy. As Executive Director Williams mentioned, my name is Peter Boyle, and I am the Director of Educational Leadership and Innovation here at the Center for the Future of Arizona. I've been here since 2020, and previously, for the 6 years prior, from 2014 to 2020, I was the founder and principal of Western School of Science and Technology, a public charter school serving at the time about 550 students in grades 7 through 12 in the Maryvale neighborhood of West Phoenix. And as was also mentioned, I was a Beat the Odds Academy participant in 2016 and have facilitated for the program since 2017. So it has been a pleasure to be able to do this work full-time at the center since joining the team in 2020. If we head to the next slide, I will briefly introduce our organization before diving more into the specifics of our program. The Center for the Future of Arizona is a nonpartisan, nonprofit statewide organization. And if we head to the next slide, our mission is to bring Arizonans together to create a stronger and brighter future for our state. Next, on the next slide, we can see our vision, which is to advance the Arizona we want. And the word "we" is critical here. It's a shared vision of success based on what matters most to Arizonans that expresses their or our highest aspirations and hopes for the future. So we advance this work in 4 ways. One is by listening to Arizonans to learn what matters most to them. We do that with a decennial Gallup survey that was last completed in 2020. It's the largest statewide survey of its kind that asks Arizonans directly what issues matter the most to them. We next share trusted data around how Arizona is doing in those priority areas through our Arizona Progress Meters. Third, we bring critical issues to the public attention. And then fourth, we work with communities and leaders to solve public problems together. And that's a model that we've embodied in our Beat the Odds School Leadership Academy. On the next slide, we can see that inspired by the simple truth that what gets measured gets done, CFA in collaboration with other partners created the Arizona Progress Meters. And these are dynamic tools that are a source of trusted information designed to help measure and report on how our state is doing on the things that Arizonans have identified that matter the most to them. So the Education Progress Meter was the first progress meter that we launched in collaboration with Education Forward Arizona, and that has been widely adopted as an agreed upon framework for education by many stakeholders across the state. If we take a look at the next slide, we are proud at CFA to conceptualize ourselves as a do tank and not simply a think tank. So through our programs, we take promising evidence-based ideas and put them into action and practice in collaboration with partners across the state. And we lead major statewide initiatives in education, in workforce development, and civic engagement, all in service and support of creating a stronger and brighter future for Arizona. So our education portfolio focuses on excellence and equity in the educational system. In education, and in addition to the work in school leadership training, we lead statewide programs in career-connected pathways, tailoring learning to meet the needs of individual students through personalized and mastery-based education models, and also supporting civic learning through participatory budgeting. And if we see on the next slide, we can see that we are very proud to have a statewide reach. We have supported over 330,000 students in the 20 years that we have been around, including training over 14,000 teachers. And we're proud that we have a statewide reach. So we've been working in over 160 communities in Arizona in our variety of initiatives. Our work in the education space is about, of course, impacting the success of individual students and also advancing long-lasting systems change. And so that's what we aim to focus all of our initiatives on. The next slide is one with which folks, members may be familiar. It is our Arizona Education Progress Meter that was developed between CFA and Education Forward Arizona through a robust collaborative process. And it has been widely adopted as an agreed upon framework by many organizations at the local levels across the state, informing both policy and practice at those levels. And we also aim for it to inform our own education work. So as was mentioned in the prior presentation, all indicators were trending positive, and Arizona had made significant or some gains in education. And as is, of course, the case across the nation, the pandemic very much interrupted learning for students across all student populations. And so we know that in collaboration with other organizations, that as a state, we're certainly facing a multi-year recovery effort around and incorporating intentional strategies, one of which is school leadership development that I'll share our approach momentarily, around incomplete learning to accelerate student progress and then providing some targeted supports. So my last slide around our organization, CFA, and I anticipate that this is too small to see the specifics within the room, so I'll narrate a little bit. These are some of the findings from our, as I mentioned, the most recent Arizona Gallup survey. So through that survey, again, the most comprehensive of its kind, we asked Arizonans what matters the most to them, and education, as is probably no surprise to members, is the top issue for Arizonans. And there was also very significant, overwhelming support across geography and demographic groups for shared public actions. And these are the list of shared public actions that Arizonans across, again, all of these geographic and demographic groups said that they would like to really see over the next 10 years to continue to strengthen our public education systems. And so the one that I'm here to speak about today is the one that's at the top of the list, with 92% of Arizonans surveyed that they agreed that number one priority was to make sure that all public schools have great teachers and great principals. And so that is my segue into our next slide, which is the Beat the Odds School Leadership Academy. As I mentioned, as Arizonans know, great schools need great leaders. And that is underscored by research that was completed in 2021 by the Wallace Foundation and RAND, which found that school principals have an equal impact to classroom teachers in terms of impacting student achievement. And that's because while classroom teachers, of course, have a very deep impact on students, school principals and school leaders are able to have a very broad reach supporting many teachers. And so we know too that in order to really build strong and effective schools, that requires great leadership. And this is also underscored by the results of the COVID impact study shared earlier, that the schools that had the most resiliency also had some of those strong leadership characteristics. And so we see in multiple areas of research the real importance of investing in the development of our school leaders. So if we head to the next slide, CFA has probably been in this work since 2006, when our founder, Dr. Laddie Kaur, originally commissioned a study in partnership with Jim Collins of Good to Great fame that looked at why some schools outperformed others of similar demographic and geographic contexts. And so in looking at those schools that outperformed, one of the common characteristics across those schools was strong and steady leadership. And so hence the original Beat the Odds program was born back in 2006 to provide mentoring supports for schools to help beat the odds, so to speak, through that strong and steady leadership key lever. Now, in 2016, we were able to evolve the program to meet the needs of the sector. And so that was when our next evolution, the Beat the Odds Academy, was born. It was launched as a public-private collaboration specific to Arizona with the initial investment support from the Office of the Governor, the Helios Education Foundation, and the Burton Family Foundation, thank you, in order to support our investment in school leaders across Arizona. If we take a look at the next slide, quick overview of the program over these next 2 slides. We are an executive development program for school leaders. And I'll keep coming back to that phrase, executive development program, because from our very smallest schools to our largest schools across Arizona, school leaders are executives. They lead large and complex organizations, and our program aims to meet them with that need. So our goal is for school and system leaders to provide development that helps create better quality schools and improve outcomes for students. And our theory of action here is that if school and district leaders and charter leaders participate in the Beat the Odds Academy, then student outcomes aligned with the education progress meters will improve. And so how we do that, we explain on the next slide. We are a cohort-based executive leadership development program. I say executive leadership because we also adapt curriculum from the National Institute for School Leadership, which includes some best practices from the business world, the military, education, and other fields to really provide some interdisciplinary supports for leaders in their executive education roles. The curriculum is research and evidence-based, so a couple studies, one in the state of Massachusetts and one in the state of Pennsylvania. Those are 2 states that have had statewide implementation of this curriculum in the past, have found statistically significant increases in student outcomes from schools where the principal or aspiring leaders attended a NISL training, and also from the city of Milwaukee found the same impact. The curriculum is also aligned to the standards for educational leaders, which have been adopted and customized in many states. The curriculum emphasizes strategic thinking, systems thinking, change management, in addition to instructional leadership. And some of the instructional leadership components, this is a non-exhaustive list, but do include things like formative assessment and data analysis, teacher coaching and support, community partnership and stakeholder interaction, and then supports for students in various subgroups. I like to brag at the next bullet point about our award-winning local facilitators. All of our facilitators are based here in Arizona. They are all experienced assistant principals, district leaders, superintendents, and leaders in the nonprofit space. And so we're incredibly proud of them that they're able to share their expertise with our partners. And we're also very proud of our application components. So there's an action learning component to the curriculum where the context of the campus meets the content of the curriculum. And also we offer ongoing coaching support as an opt-in program after participant completion. The program is funded through matching investments from schools and districts. So schools and districts generally in this fiscal year will provide 11% of the investment, and CFA matches that 89% with investment of public and private dollars, including a recent investment of significant federal COVID relief dollars via the Governor's Emergency Education Relief, or GEAR Fund, to help us expand to meet the needs of communities that have been most impacted by the pandemic. We also offer both in-person and hybrid options. Those hybrid options have generally been chosen or preferred by some of our rural or remote communities for whom travel can be something of a challenge. And so if we look at our impact and results, I need to update this slide next week because we're launching a new cohort, but we've had over 400 participants across 45 districts and charter organizations in 8 counties since 2016. A couple of the communities we've supported, and again, this is a non-exhaustive list from the north, including Kingman, Flagstaff, significant work in Yavapai County, the West Valley of Maricopa County, including Peoria Unified School District, Phoenix. We've had 4 cohorts with Phoenix Union High School District and feeder partners. In the East Valley, we've partnered with many of the districts, including Mesa Public Schools, the largest in the state. We've supported districts in Pinal County, in Yuma, and we also have participants from Pima County and the statewide organization, Arizona Schools for the Deaf and Blind. And generally, our participants come to us either through some of our general marketing outreach, but also through identified partnerships. In 2021, we evaluated our program at the programmatic level and found over 85% of participants were satisfied and would recommend the program to a colleague. We were very proud of that, given that we'll all recall the difficulties in the space in the spring of 2021. We were also scheduled to begin our quantitative evaluation to look at specific student achievement increases correlated with Beat the Odds BPOD's participation. That was scheduled to begin in the spring of 2021, but we are undertaking that now and expect to have those results by mid-school year, I should say. We like to share a couple of our partners' case studies. So Principal Erica Tuahini, he's over at the Littleton STEM Academy in the West Valley. Through his participation, and he's now one of our facilitators, he's reconceptualized his role to be that of a leader of leaders, to really emphasize how teacher leadership is so incredibly important within a school and supporting that strong culture and climate. We also like to highlight our district partnerships, including up in Prescott. So Superintendent Joe Howard has actually, after completing the academy, redesigned some of their aspiring leadership work, in which now in Prescott Unified, any new principal that they hire will go through this program first. We also have really strong district relationships and partnerships with Phoenix Union High School District and Mesa Public Schools. They've had long-standing engagements with our work, and so we can continue to support those leaders at the district level as well. And then I always like to share my own experience as a participant. So again, I mentioned I was proud principal at Western School of Science and Technology for 6 years. I went through the program as a third-year principal back in 2017. And there are lots of reasons for this, including an absolutely great team, fantastic families and students. But in the 3 years after my participation, we were able to increase our AZM2 scores in reading by 50% and double them in math. Now, there are many indicators around quality schools, and state assessment is an important one of those, but we're very proud of those and do attribute a significant portion of that to the experience in the BPOD's Academy. So CFA does absolutely no work by itself. If we take a look at the next slide, we can see some of our partnerships across Arizona. We have a credit-bearing partnership with NAU. So we know that it's incredibly important to be able to support leaders in their career continuum. And so our participants can, at no cost, apply for 6 elective credit hours towards an NAU master's or doctoral program in educational leadership through their participation in this program. We also know that there are many similar programs of quality and research based across the state. And so we recently launched our school leadership programs quarterly convenings, which bring together 11 research and evidence-based programs from 7 organizations across Arizona, including the ADE, Arizona Educational Foundation, All in Education, the Arizona School Administrators, ourselves at CFA, the Pima County Education Service Agency, and also WestEd, to support school leadership development across the state, to share best practice, continuing to elevate the role, and then building alignment and coherence between the programming and curriculum. And then lastly, we were able to host the Hunt Teens Summit, which many of you may have attended back in the winter of 2020, to really share the latest research with policymakers and educational leaders across Arizona that showcase the data around the importance of school leadership. And so it's important, as our name suggests, that we look to the future. And so we're continuing to look for opportunities to improve those indicators in the Arizona Education Progress Meter, also looking in the mirror at our own continuous improvement opportunities to best meet the needs of our school district and charter partners. That includes differentiation for aspiring early or experienced school leaders, meeting the needs of district charters and individual schools where they are. For example, if those participants prefer virtual or prefer a hybrid or in-person outcome, very close interface with our system leaders, and then beginning support and networking for Academy alumni as a key lever to support the ongoing investment in their development, and we aim to launch that this winter. We aim to, by 2026, have cohorts and partnerships in all 15 of our counties, serving about over 1,000 leaders by that time, and then continuing to focus on the post-pandemic needs. As have been mentioned earlier, really supporting leaders and participants in their learning community design, COVID recovery, and partnership to really highlight all of the key levers that were mentioned earlier in terms of post-COVID resilience. And so organizationally, just heading to the next slide, we know that it takes all of us as leaders and community members to create the Arizona we want vision. And so CFA has some key commitments that we'll take a look at the next and second to last slide as well, which is that we will continue to share information about what Arizonans care about and want for the future of our state. We'll continue to share trusted data and work to make progress towards achieving the goals of the Arizona Education Progress Meter, and then continue to expand and deepen the impact of our programs across our 3 issue areas, including education. And so we really welcome the opportunity to be a resource and collaborator with the State Board of Education. Look forward to the continued conversation and collaboration in support of student success and larger success of our state. And I will stop there. And I'm really excited to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Any
Thank you.
questions from the members? Yeah, please.
Hi, Peter. Great to see you. Couple questions for you. Just first and foremost, thank you so much for the presentation. I could not agree more in the importance of a strong principal, and really like the language that you used around sort of executive. And we talk a lot about in our organization, sort of the importance of our principal and school leader having that sort of entrepreneurial mindset as they are running a campus. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to of all, and I loved your story in particular of the student achievement gains that resulted from your experience in the academy. Can you speak a little bit to, or do you have the data on sort of all of the principals that have sort of participated in the academy, what is the sort of collective impact around student achievement that those principals and those schools have been able to accomplish?
Yeah, thank you, President Kaur and Superintendent Hoffman, Member Meyerson, and members. That is information that I will have for you this winter. So we're working with our partners on that quantitative impact study, both for individual participants, their schools and their districts, and then that collective impact. It was paused a little bit during the pandemic, and now we are back and really excited to gather that to be able to share this winter. And I'll make sure to send that over to make sure board members have it as soon as it's available.
Wonderful, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Peter. I think there would be broad interest in seeing that. So I appreciate the teaser on some good stuff to come. Other questions? Yeah, please, Member Krivik.
Hi, Peter. It's nice to see you.
Likewise.
Mr. President, members. Peter, I almost have a favor to ask of you. There's something I've been worried about for some time, and it came up yesterday, and it's a principal issue. There has always historically been a wall between Gen Ed and SPED. I'm using broad terms. And it's really seen at the principal level. And it actually was a call I got yesterday from a very distressed mom about a bad event that happened in her school. She went to the principal and the principal told her, and I hear this way too often, oh, that's a SPED thing, sorry. They don't necessarily see those special education students as part of their students. I was told by a principal, I asked about a specific program they had on site, and she said, oh, they're not really students of this school. The district just put them here. And I hear this often from parents. I'm wondering how you can maybe incorporate some of this into, I know your broader executive leadership training, but really, I mean, we talk about those terms, equity and all means all. We use these terms so often, but really making sure, because I'm telling you, it happens very often, and it's sensitive for me because I got that call just yesterday.
Sure. President Kaur, Superintendent Hoffman, and Member Krivik and members, that is something unfortunate that I think, as you pointed out, is probably unfortunately common in many spaces. And so the favor is very much taken to heart. We do emphasize, and I hesitate to almost use the buzzword because too often buzzwords are just that and don't always move into action. But there is a very strong emphasis on all really meaning all. And we do some work with participants on defining that word. It seems like an easy word, the word all, but isn't always. And so that's something that we will continue to act on as we emphasize that within the curriculum and are able to emphasize that as an executive leader at a campus, all of your students are your students. And I think that's really important for as the role of a school leader and position continues to grow. It's really important that all school leaders recognize that.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, Member Meyerson.
Awesome. Sorry, Peter. One more question on my end. Could you talk a little bit about, often we hear that our principals have sort of, really exciting ideas about how to enact change in their campuses, but they may not be able to get that buy-in from their superintendent or sort of at a higher level. you talk a little bit about sort of what level of autonomy do you sort of need to see from the district leader, charter leader, sort of at the head of the organization that allows that principal to have the autonomy to enact amazing things at their particular campus?
That is President Corrin, Superintendent Hoffman, Member Meyerson, and members. That's a question I think a lot about. And it is one that we hear a lot about from both our participants at the school level, but then also our participants at district or charter system levels. And so our research and curriculum there leans into a lot of the work that the National Institute for School Leadership has done in their benchmarking studies. And their benchmarking looks at, okay, of, some very successful schools and systems really across the United States and internationally, what is the, I don't want to use the word appropriate, but maybe the most effective locus of control of a site leader, and what is the division of labor and shared responsibilities between a site and between a larger organization. One of the things that we do with participants and strongly emphasize throughout the work is what we start with the locus of control, but it's broader than that. What level of influence or what level of advocacy can a site-based leader also have within their organization? And to this broader point around autonomy, one of the elements that we are really leaning into in terms of our partnerships post-COVID is a strong partnership with our participants' system leaders. And so in many cases, most cases now, actually, we ask that participants in a cohort include members if it's a larger district of the superintendent's cabinet, if not the superintendent, and if within a charter network from members of that charter system leadership, if that exists for that particular case, because that way we can collaboratively build that dialogue and contribute to that discussion at the site level, at the network or district level, because it is important for school leaders not just to have the autonomy to know their context and make some of those site-based decisions, but also that is a clear delineation, that it is balanced and that it happens, aligned with the protocols of the larger organization too. So it's a topical question, one that we do emphasize based on the research from NISL, and then one that we're really leaning into partnership to help support as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, Superintendent Hoffman.
Thank you, President Core, Member Peter. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I kind of want to build off some of these recent questions and comments. And I'm just kind of thinking out loud of something I've been thinking about. So I just kind of share with you something I'm observing. So one of our priorities in the department is around strategic funding and how do we support LEAs in drawing down especially the federal funds. There's so many different federal grants that LEAs are applying for, everything from their title funds to special education funds, especially with ESSER. Now there's ARP homeless funds, ARP IDA funds. And so I think one thing I've noticed in conversations when I'm doing my school visits, and often it's the principal who's giving me the tour of their school, sometimes the principals are very aware of, we were able to fund this through this bucket, but then some are less aware, less informed. And then sometimes when I ask what more do you need, what resources do you need, and they tell me, and then I say, oh, did you know you could use this type of funding, like Title II funding for this recruitment and retention tool, or you could use, and I just have all these buckets in my head of all the different federal funds, the different ways they can get used. And I'm finding that many principals are not aware and they're not at the table, and they have so many great ideas. They're on the ground level. They see exactly what their teachers and their school needs. And there's a kind of a disconnect of, and I think it's just what you don't know, for our principals, that they might not know that there are still dollars that the district has left to allocate and to spend down and draw down. And the last thing we want is for our schools to be reverting federal funds, or even, I don't even like them rolling over from year to year, because we have an immediate need, and then they're going to have a new allocation the following year. So to me, it's frustrating to even have it pushed, rolled over. So I think there's more work for all of us to do around educating all of our leaders, including our principals, on the various types of federal funds and how they can get used, where those lines are. There's so many opportunities to braid funds together. I mean, so going back to even special education, if we have more inclusion models, it benefits all kids because you can be using special education funding in a preschool that has both kids with disabilities as well as kids without disabilities together, which is what we want to promote. So that's just one example of where we really want to empower our leaders to understand the various funding mechanisms. And I'm happy to do a deep dive on this with anyone that's interested.
Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you.
President Corr and Superintendent Hoffman and members, thank you for that point. We have noticed that as well. And I think our district and charter network school business officers are very creative and have deep knowledge of where those funding buckets might be. We have just started to do some work with individual sites. We have worked with individual charter sites, I should say, but in recent cases with individual district sites to support principals and leaders with their own, knowing more about their own site-based funding buckets and resources, and then collaborating with district partners there will be a bigger, I think, priority for us. So thank you for that, highlighting that opportunity. It's something that we certainly know that we can do more about to support our school and district partners.
Thank you so much. And I'm not seeing any other questions, but again, amazing work, and appreciate all that you're doing. Looking forward to some data this winter, and I think that would be well received by this board as we continue to work together moving forward. So appreciate your efforts and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Corr, members, the time is 11:59, and as your agenda tells you, lunch is at 12. However, I'm going to give you some Post-it notes. What I would like for you to do, a catcher, one whole stack to each person. Yes, thank you. Correct. We'll do a lot of like self-reflection, partner reflection. It helps me organize your thoughts into one document. So I ask you, as we adjourn for lunch, just to take a few minutes and write down your takeaways from this session. What were some impacts that you heard? What did you hear from the partners in their work? Where does the work of the partners in the State Board of Education intersect? What are you interested in? What are you interested in learning more about, digging deeper, or changing policy? So if you could, well,
Now I understand why we got the whole pack of Post-it notes.
exactly. Just think like, what are some thoughts that you had? It's like a quick write. You can do it during lunch. You can do it whenever. I would just like for you to post them on this piece of paper over to your right when you get a moment. So President Corr, you may adjourn us to lunch whenever you're ready. And we'll come back at.
Oh, I think Member Kervickas and Member Burton adjourned us to lunch.
Oh,
already.
yeah. Okay, yes.
We are adjourned for lunch. We'll
Thank
come back
you.
at 1:15. The lunch was just amazing. And again, we continue to enjoy this wonderful facility. And now with a little home court advantage, we get to hear from the University of Arizona and a presentation and discussion of some partnerships that you'll tell us about with Arizona K-12 schools and families and communities. So with that, welcome. And we're just really excited to hear what you have to share with us.
Well, thank you so much for having us here. I've never been in the room with this configuration, so it's exciting for us to be back in this room and doing some actual work. Again, thank you for being on our campus and hearing us today. My name is Casey Urquidez, and I serve as the Vice President for Enrollment Management and Dean of Undergrad Admissions here at the university. Been working on campus. I think I'm entering my 29th year, which I don't really tell too many people, but I also spent 4 years here as an undergrad. And with my experience that I had here even just so long ago, I've been really eager to stay here and continue to help families and students find their place with us here at the university. So today we're going to talk a little bit about some of the partnerships we have. I also thought I'd go over some of our financial aid programs, which there's a lot of new ones that we have that I want to make sure that are out there, and also brag a little bit with some of our numbers and just kind of where we are. So if I can have Julia, oh, there you are. Come on and introduce yourself, and then we'll kick things off.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julia Eichscheid, and I am one of the assistant directors for our Southern Arizona recruitment team. So I'm also in some of those partnerships that we'll be talking about today, and happy to say hello to all of you.
Thanks, Julia. We can get the next slide, please. Thank you. Just I want to do a quick little overview of just what we are in enrollment management. They're different on different campuses. So I just wanted to share the areas that we oversee here and answer any questions that you might have about those as well as we go through. But undergraduate admissions, of course, is a part of our area, as well as the recruitment arm, scholarships and financial aid, early academic outreach, and I'll cover some of those programs today. Marketing, of course, and new student orientation. One unique one is this student engagement and career development is housed within enrollment management. So we do everything from helping students to get engaged on campus with leadership programs, internships, and then working with students throughout their entire time here in terms of their career goals and where they would like to get to upon graduation. Parent family programs is also threads through the entire student time with us. And then the Arizona Innovation Alliance, which is a newer concept for Arizona anyway, where the 3 state universities are working very closely together with some support through Arizona Board of Regents to ensure that we're all partnering together in a variety of different ways and really learning from one another to share best practices and ensure that we are helping more students not only get to the university, but graduate from our institutions. So that's just a little bit about who we are. So I wanted to share a couple of highlights and also reveal some great news to you. You're the first people that I've shared this with, but as of this morning, the University of Arizona is over 50,000 students total. Last year, we ended a little over 49,000, and this year we're already over 50,000. And by census date, which is the official count date that happens after the 21st day of classes, we expect to be probably close to 52, but we're over 50,000 as of this morning. So you're the first people to hear that news. Pretty exciting. Yes, we're very excited about that. Part of that comes from having such a large incoming first year class. It'll be the largest we've ever had in the history of the university. We are up 5% over last year, but 15% over 2019 in that first year class. And nationally, you've probably seen that higher education enrollment as a whole is down about 6%, but our growth has been maintaining. And that includes record number of applications that we've been able to bring in over the last year. We're already well into next year for fall of 23. We've already admitted a couple thousand for fall of 23, and the cycle just kind of continues and goes on. But we also are very proud of being able to maintain that we have a large, at least a third generally, or close to a third of our students coming into us as first generation college students, and about 30% are Pell eligible as well. We've continued to see increases in our academic preparation of the students that are coming to us, both in terms of the test scores they're providing. There's a little caveat there because with the pandemic and how everything was going with testing, we weren't requiring test scores the same as we were. So some of this is self-selection on the test score side, but the GPA continues to rise as well. And our top 5 majors, people are always interested in what students are coming here to study. Business every year tends to be our largest and most largest numbers. Undeclared is now our second largest. And so more and more students are coming in undecided. We had really started to see a drop off of that a few years ago. After the pandemic, it definitely started to rise again. And what we're hearing from a lot of families and students is that everyone's been through so much, they don't need to have to decide quite yet, explore a little bit, and then figure out where you want to go. And then on down through engineering, physiology and medical sciences, and then biology as the top 5. On the next slide, I'll just give you some of our transfer stats, which we will have our large transfer class again. This should be our largest transfer class that we have, with a little over 2,800 students as of last week. Our transfer students tend to do things a little bit later in the cycle as they're moving through and getting their transcripts in. So we expect that we will have more transfer students than what's listed on the screen there now. But a large number of those are Arizona Online. So we're seeing more and more students move into their online degree programs that we offer rather than coming to main campus. We also have a large number of students that participate in our distance sites. AWC is one of those. So thank you very much, Dr. Kaur. And you can see down at the bottom there for our top Arizona community colleges, Arizona Western is number 3 in terms of our feeders. Always, yes, yes. Got a lot of family in Yuma too. Yuma is a great place to be. Absolutely. We've continued to grow in applications with our transfer students. So we're over 9,000 this year, and we've continued to grow in our diversity within our transfer population. So just wanted to give you a few of those little highlights to make sure that you just knew what our classes look like coming in. And then we'll move into some of the partnerships that we have. So Julia will come up and share with you some of the partnerships that we have going on. Over the last couple of years, we've really worked hard to develop more community partnerships, working very closely with Sunnyside Unified District. And again, Julia will chat about those. And then in 21, we partnered with Earn to Learn program, who had been partnering with AmeriCorps to have near peers in the schools to really be able to support students through the process. We continue to have recruiters in those schools, but we want to have those near peers being able to have that day-to-day interaction and consistent support, and also working with families at an earlier time frame than what sometimes our recruiters can do, who are really focused on helping those seniors move through the pipeline. So with that, I'll turn things over to Julia.
Thank you, Casey. So as she was mentioning, Earn to Learn is one of our newest partnerships. So myself and Expania Esquivel, we are both the assistant directors for Southern Arizona, and we oversee this Earn to Learn partnership with our key schools. So we do have these ones on the slides from fall 2021, and we are going to be increasing those schools for this next cycle through fall 2022. And really these next step advisors, that's what their names are. They are current college students, and they are placed at the specific key high schools, being that near peer. We find that this is really beneficial just because students may feel intimidated when it comes to talking to a professional such as myself. But when they have that student peer who is currently going through the process, they get more of that one-on-one help and assistance. And we really have seen great numbers out of this. So with increasing of high schools, past spring, we saw that approximately the next step advisors were able to host over 560 individual student meetings and also represent the University of Arizona at 80 or more events. So we really are seeing that impact with the students and also the interest of the university. Most common topics, I'm sure we can all guess them, but FAFSA, college applications, scholarships, and then specifically U of A resources. We did see a 64% increase in student filed FAFSAs at these key high schools compared to other schools in that 2020-2021 cycle. So we have seen those numbers even increase through these partnerships. I find this partnership to be really amazing, and I love working with these college students, but also the high schools, just because even though we can't be at all high schools all at once, these near peers are really there to be that additional support. And for our high school counselors, who we know have so many tasks all day long. So these students really are that beneficial support for the high school counselors. We can go to the next slide. The other one is our Sunnyside CAS, so our SUSD partnership. We have seen large increase in numbers at each Sunnyside High School and Desert View High School. So application increase for 25%, enrollment increased 17%, and we really saw a big jump at Desert View as well. So that increase of 40% at 51 compared to our previous years. And really that is, again, that additional support. So we have a representative at these high schools every single week, and we have really seen that individualized support really come back in those numbers and applications. Some of the events on the next slide are a lot. So those numbers that we saw in that increase really transferred well through all of these events. So those include the FAFSA nights, tours of campus, bringing classes, whole like freshman year classes coming to campus. And oh man, I'm not going to read all of them, but there are a lot of them. But these presentations really, again, they are so welcomed at the high schools, and our coordinator has really done a wonderful job balancing both University of Arizona and also this Sunnyside and Desert View high schools, really just managing that pipeline and getting those students interested and excited about the university. I'll pass things back over.
Thanks, Julia. But one of the reasons that we really felt like we needed to do a program such as the programs that we were offering is that we were hearing from the superintendent at Sunnyside Unified and other institutions that the students were opting out of college altogether, or they were saying they were going to go somewhere, but they weren't. So one of the next steps that we'd like to do, and Flowing Wells actually did a pilot with this with some funding that maybe came from something that you all are involved in, I'm not sure, but did a pilot this summer where all the students who had indicated that they were going to college, they met with them all one-on-one throughout the summer and ensured that they stayed on track to enroll, go through their orientation programs. So I think that's part of our next steps too, is thinking about how we can continue on to support these students with their goals. What we have here on this screen is early academic outreach, which is a part of our area. Early academic outreach is a area that is really focused on supporting families and youth as they are really can be everything from kindergarten all the way up through their high school years. And the programs really span that. College Academy for Parents is one that we have been working on for many years and has had some great success. That is a partnership as well with the Sunnyside District. We just obtained some funding through the Board of Regents to grow that program and do some other work in Phoenix area. So we'll be working toward that. But really what this is a program where parents who did not go to college, sometimes didn't even graduate from high school, maybe their children, they are with them in a setting where they can learn about college and how to access college with their children, for their children in the future. The kids are usually between 2nd and 8th grade or so. We offer programming for the students about going to college and just thinking about those kinds of things while the parents are learning about how to access college education. So as they are learning about all these things and going through these classes, they're sharing that information with their students, they're coming onto campus. And then at the end, we have an amazing kind of graduation ceremony for the parents, and they graduate from CAP and the students get to see their parents in a cap and gown, and they get so excited about the futures for themselves. And so we've seen a lot of those numbers, which I don't have all the data with me today, but those students who were small at the time when their parents graduated from CAP have come through the University of Arizona or went to other higher education. Early academic outreach, we really focus on higher education, post-secondary education as an option for students, not necessarily just the U of A, but of course that is one of our goals as well that's hidden in there. We also do college knowledge for counselors with a lot of those detailed kinds of areas that we may or may not be able to share kind of on that broad spectrum. I want to jump down and just mention Algebra Academy as another program that's a special program that we do for students entering 9th grade to really capitalize on some of their math skills and hone in on some of those things before they start high school. So, and then the Padres Promotores, that is a program where parents who have graduated from the College Academy for Parents are now teaching other parents about the opportunity to help their students move forward in their college education goals. So that's a little bit about early academic outreach we wanted to make sure we shared with you. And then the other thing that we wanted to share with you today is just a little bit about our financial aid programs, because there's a lot that are out there now and they can be a little bit confusing of who gets what and how. But the Arizona Assurance Program has been around for quite some time now. I think we started that in 2012. And that program is a program for students who are low-income students, families come low-income backgrounds, and it really covers the cost of attendance for a student. So that includes not only their tuition and fees, but also housing and some room and board. That program is a program that's very selective. About 100 students per year come into that program. So if you don't qualify for that program, there are other programs you may qualify for that can still provide you with that tuition assistance or tuition and fee assistance. I'm going to jump down to the Arizona Promise program, which you may have heard of as part of the state that is all 3 universities are offering Arizona Promise. If a student has a 0 estimated family contribution based on the FAFSA, then they are eligible for the Arizona Promise. And that Arizona Promise covers tuition and fees, and including program fees. If a student is doing a program that has some additional fees, it will cover those as well. So if a student that doesn't qualify for Arizona Assurance, for example, Arizona Promise is an opportunity. The Pell Pledge Grant is a program that the University of Arizona offers, and that program is for students that have any Pell eligibility. So not Arizona Promise is that 0 EFC, but any Pell eligibility for the Pell Pledge will cover the cost of tuition. And these are all for our resident students. And then just this summer, we were very excited to be able to announce the Arizona Native Scholar Grant, which is a program for our Native students from one of the 22 federally recognized tribes in Arizona to have their tuition and fees covered. And there's not a financial requirement for that program, but a FAFSA is required to be completed. Sometimes students may fit into any of those programs, depending on the timing and their background. And then University Grant is our institutional aid that goes to support those students who have maybe some Pell eligibility, maybe they're very little, but there's still a gap and they have some need. So we're there to support that as well as much as we can. Our goal is to really make sure that not only are we going to get the students to the university, but retention and completion is what it's all about. And the students cannot stay if they don't have the ability to do so through some of the financial means based on the income and the information we have. So that is a little bit about the need-based programs that we're now offering at the university, which is very much expanded, and I'm excited about that. And then last, I just thought I would throw this in because of the board that you are. I have a new graduate from the university. My daughter's now teaching a first grade class down the road. And so all of these have photo release, but I told her I would share this today. She's a very excited teacher out there working and loving what she's doing. So I'm very proud of that, as well as my husband, who's been teaching in the Flamos district for 28 years. So proud family of educators, and thank you for the work that you do every day. And we're happy to answer any questions you have, and thank you for letting us brag a little and share their information.
And it's not bragging if it's true and deserves recognition.
true.
So that's always my line. So
I'll
it's
take
not
it,
bragging.
yeah.
Member Burton, I think you had a question.
Thank you for this really informative presentation. My question had to do with the early academic outreach for families. So how do you find families, and how do you, is it just through your district counselors, or what's the process for family to find out about you?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. It is really a partnership with the districts that we're working with. And so we work very closely at the district level, not just the high school counselors, but the counselors down in the elementary and middle schools as well, to help us identify families. They send out a lot of information on our behalf, and we work with all those that are willing to work with us, but they do a lot of that marketing for us. So the partnership with the district is critical.
Please, Member Myerson.
Thank you for your presentation. A couple questions, actually. Did I hear it correctly that you said there was a 64% increase in college acceptances as a result of the Earn to Learn program?
FAFSA application.
FAFSA application. Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
File.
That would be amazing.
Yes.
But I think still some like pretty remarkable numbers of like 16%, 20%. I mean, so like high numbers of increases in college acceptances. I think you insinuated this or stated this, that it's not only great I'm coming to the U of A versus ASU, but it's actually students coming to college for potentially the first time, or who might not have gone to college. Is that representing that 16 or 20%? Is that correct?
Like the first generation members?
Well, not necessarily even a first generation, but maybe I would not have gone to college had I not participated in your program.
Potentially. So from my experience, a lot of it is the knowledge, the background, it's just not there. So this near peer or next step advisor, they are sharing that information and letting the students know that it is attainable, especially through all of the scholarships and grants that we do offer. So I think it's the knowledge aspect, which has then increased the applications because they found out like, yes, this is attainable for me. And they just needed that one person there to sit down with them.
Yep. But even the 64% FAFSA completion is also still so huge. And so would you attribute that to this particular program?
I would.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's awesome. So, I mean, I think that's incredible numbers. I actually would love to learn a little bit more about that because I do think that's a remarkable number. And I guess the second question would be sort of tied to that, which is, I remember reading a statistic, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago that basically said, among our high school graduates, 50% of Arizona high school graduates are not actually qualified to even be accepted into our state universities. And so I'm just sort of curious, as you think about sort of that outreach back into the high schools of, yes, of course, we want to get college acceptance up, but we also need to get the quality of our high schools and our K-12 system up to meet the rigor of college so that our kids are not going to college either in debt because they're having to take on remedial courses in their first year. And then, you know, many drop out as a result of that. So I'm just sort of curious, like, does that statistic resonate for you and sort of what other outreach you're all doing to within the K-12 space as you think about trying to correct that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's really what this is all about in the work that we're trying to do earlier with families to be able to educate about what those requirements are, what it really costs, that it is attainable. Because, you know, the Board of Regents is who we work with to set our requirements. So the core courses, you know, the 4 years of English, 4 years of math. And so getting that information out there earlier so students are really prepared to, and that Algebra Academy I shared, you know, getting able to start algebra in your first year of high school is critical to be on track, to not have a deficiency in that area. So really that's a huge part of what this is all about, is doing that and having the near peers in the schools. And we do try to do things in the junior high area as well, middle school area, with our early academic outreach and sharing that so that there is that understanding of where you need to be. And so that's the goal. I mean, there's so much more that we would love to do, but that is totally what it's all about for us, is to be able to have that preparation, because we know in terms of our retention rates too, missing math, it doesn't matter what major you are, you're not going to do as well. And so that's a huge part of, you know, kind of our thought process and all the work that's happening on the front end side.
I mean, I would love to see if there's other opportunities for us to learn a little bit more about that program as a board, because the 64% number is huge, as well as especially thinking about that remedial math gap also disproportionately impacts our students of color and in low-income communities. And so thinking about how, if there is action that we as a board can take to expand programs like this to increase that access would be incredible. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And this was a while back, but I did focus my dissertation research on these types of programs and really focusing on the knowledge of the programs that we offered and what the difference that made in students selecting us. And it was remarkable to see just how many students, once they realize I have the funding, I'm going to do these things so I can reach it, because if I'm funded, then it's not out of reach anymore. And so then they started to try to do more in school too, because they wanted to get, obtain that. So yeah, I think
this increased acceptances for U of A, of course, but
no, across the board. Yeah, higher ed in general, post-secondary ed in general. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good.
At that same time, building off of Julia's question, do you have a percentage of individuals that do have to go through remedial programs once they come to U of A? Like they've been accepted, they have the GPA, they have the scores, et cetera, but once they're here, they have to go through some sort of remediation.
Yeah, we don't call it remedial, but the national average of students who are going to college that need to take some type of extra math to get to college level math is about 28%, and we are right there.
Okay. And then thinking about, I was talking with a friend recently about the affordability of college and was somewhat stunned at the price tag for even in-state tuition. How has U of A tried to ameliorate general college costs, not just tuition, but also room and board and the other different types of amenities that the university provides its students?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about that nonstop from the beginning, just about what the cost is. And we always talk about the full cost of attendance because we know it costs more than just the tuition, right? Or tuition and fees. So we try to make sure that individuals know about our programs and the opportunities that there are, and that it's not always going to be that net cost. That's a huge part of what we do. We have a net price calculator, which all institutions are required to have, but our net price calculator really can break that down early on for families. So we direct them there to be able to see what really is the cost going to look like. We don't meet full cost of attendance as a state institution. We can't and do that, but we try to make sure that the awareness and the understanding is there from day one. But it's difficult. I mean, we have great programs called, Scholarship Universe, where it's kind of like a match.com, and it matches students from their profile to scholarships throughout the nation. And students are finding money there, but it's difficult to cover the full cost of attendance without sometimes taking out some small loans. We still have a very small loan kind of base in terms of what our students are graduating with, but it's still there.
What is the loan average? Is it? do you have that?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a sense of what that loan average
It's
is?
about 21,000 when students graduate is their loan amount total.
For in-state, or is that?
That's it.
including
That's for
in-state and
that's for
out-of-state?
in-state. That's for in-state, yeah. And it's all in the financial aid report too. If you ever want to look in the details of it for all the 3 state universities, it's very easy to check out on the ABOR website. But it's about 21,000 for the University of Arizona.
For all, a combined 4-year?
Yes,
Or
for the
6
4
year?
years, not, yeah.
Are most students graduating within 4 years, or is it sort of on a 6-year?
Well, we calculate both because we have to for the Fed requirements. Our 4-year graduation rates have been going up. We're at about 68% now. And so we hope to continue to grow that more and more.
Thanks.
I see some other questions. We'll just go straight down my
Yes,
left. and
I have
then
a few
circle back to the
questions.
right.
First, I'll say bear down. Yes, I graduated in 2004 from U of A from the Eller College. So thank you so much for your presentation. I loved hearing from both of you. One of the things that I wanted to make sure, especially as you're looking at all the different students that you can reach and grabbing them when they're young and bringing them over to the U of A, and then also that just really crucial funding piece, which is such a challenge. I have 5 children, so I think about it all the time. Is you may not be aware that the Arizona Empowerment Scholarship, which you might be aware that Governor Ducey signed the expansion of that program, that we are allowed to use those funds. And I have children that obviously utilize the program. We're actually allowed to use those funds for concurrent college enrollment. And we're also allowed to use those funds for 4 years after our children graduate. And so I think that's a really key piece of information that a lot of our universities may not be aware of. I recently met with 2 universities up in Phoenix that were just like, hey, we just heard about this. And does this mean, what does this mean for us?
Yeah.
So I think that could be something that you guys might want to look into as well.
Sure.
We are always looking for concurrent enrollment opportunities. And then of course, once you're building that relationship with that family and that student,
Oh, yeah,
knowing that those
absolutely.
credits are there, that it just can kind of continue on.
Yeah.
And also just anytime you have parents that are have dollars already that are not their own dollars, but in this case, the empowerment scholarship, and then they're able to walk
Sure.
those dollars over to university is really, really special. I know for our family, even though our funding is on the lower level of the ESA award amount, because it's based on our children's disabilities, we're already consciously now with our young kids saying, okay, how much can we reasonably use for our child's education, K-12, but how much can we also save? We're incentivized to save those funds for our children's
Okay,
college,
yeah.
which we already do, and so many ESA families already do. So that might be something that you guys want to look into as well, because I think we'll see a lot more families utilizing their ESA dollars for college tuition.
That's great. Thank you.
Member Clay? Questions?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
No question, just,
Love to see you down there. Just jump in.
yeah, no, yes, look at this. So many of us. I'm also a graduate of University of Arizona. We have U of A South down in Cochise County, and I definitely would like to see more of University of Arizona doing things like this down there, because we haven't, this is my first time hearing of any of this, and this is so exciting and so refreshing,
Okay.
not just for Cochise County, but for any school out there, any school district, any county out there. So we need to really work on getting the word out and as far as communication. But thank you for all that you do.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Excellent.
Any questions to further? Yeah, please. Member Vick.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
The Arizona Board of Regents post-secondary attainment report that came out last November for the first time ever included data for students with disabilities. And it affirmed what we probably already knew intuitively, that they are the lowest participating subgroup outside of English learners. And they also had the 6-year outcome data. And it unfortunately was very abysmal for 2-year and 4-year. So my question is I would love to start seeing all of these types of programs targeted to students with disabilities. Like the Earn to Learn, that's huge. I mean, we know anecdotally that a lot of students with disabilities don't even want to go to the Disability Resource Center when they get here because quite frankly, they're kind of done with SPED. They don't want to be, but if they had that near peer, because what we know happens is then they get here and they go, oh crud, maybe I did need those accommodations. And now they're struggling. They're already underwater. So those near peer relationships could have a huge benefit to them feeling comfortable to get the accommodations and resources that they need. And same with the dollars. I mean, you guys have the amazing SALT Center, which is, you know, the envy of a lot of schools. I would love to see on every campus, but that's an additional $5,000. So I'm also thinking those are what I'm calling kind of the unseen costs of attendance. If you have a disability, besides the fact that you're probably paying out of pocket, if you don't have a SALT Center, you're getting outside executive functioning support, tutoring support. And so, you know, a scholarship for that would be really great. I always say, you know, let's extend the promise to students with disabilities, because we know that, you know, only like 10% of kids with disabilities have a cognitive disability, which means that 90% of them should be achieving on par with their peers if they have the accommodations and the supports that they have. So I would encourage you, and I'm going to say these things to the regents when their next report comes out as well, to really encourage us to think about this really important subgroup.
That was excellent feedback. Thank you. And the SALT Center does have some scholarships. I know it's not to the level of what we're talking about here, but there are some. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of comments and questions on my end too. I know the Arizona Promise was, rolled out by ABOR, and it's just amazing for the state of Arizona. I know that we in the community colleges have reached out to ABOR to make sure that's available to transfer students too. That I don't think it was just an unintended kind of gap there. We want to make sure that incoming largest ever income, transfer students can avail themselves to that. And something you didn't mention that is, of course, of great interest to this group is the Arizona Teachers Scholarship, right? So those folks enrolling in your amazing education program also have that available to them. So could not be more appreciative of the efforts of U of A, and I know in our little corner of the state, just an amazing presence. And I saw San Luis High School up on there, and we are always proud that the Sidewinders are always in the top 1, 2, or 3 in the state in terms of FAFSA completion. And I know that has everything to do with the near peers and next level. Next step advisor. It'll grow on me, trust me, but I know that's a huge impact, and again, just deeply appreciative, as well as the efforts of, you mentioned the Arizona Innovation Alliance, which its first foray in the state is down in Yuma with Arizona Western. So we're proud to be your partner in all manner of things. So I'll give you the last word.
Well, we just want to thank you for the time. We appreciate you hearing us out and the questions you had, so thoughtful. And we look forward to chatting with you again whenever. And our contact information is here. Our emails got a little bit darkened, but we're easy to find. If you look us up in the U of A phone book, if you can't see it, reach out anytime. We're both happy to answer any questions that you have and support any of the things that you're looking into and see what we can do on our end. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care.
We will. Thank you. Go ahead, Alicia.
Good. Okay. President Court, so we have a 2 o'clock scheduled break. So we're running ahead of schedule. I've spoken.
Bad thing. What
Never a bad
is the thinking of the group? Do you want to power through, or you want to take a little break?
I would recommend taking a little bit of a break, sir.
All right. Okay. All right.
Maybe take a little break and come back around like 2:10.
That sounds like an amazing suggestion. So let's
Perfect.
take a little break and come back around 2:10.
Awesome.
Okay. Fantastic. I will bring us back for our final agenda item of the day. Not the last activity, but the last agenda item for the day. So do you want to get that started for us, Executive Director Williams?
Thank you, President, core members. So you are correct, Dr. Core. It is about 2:15. So we're back in action. This agenda item could potentially go until 4 o'clock if the board wishes. We have a lot of discussion. If not, that's okay. We do have a tour of the Arizona Historical Society scheduled for 4:30 and dinner at 6:30. Let me give you a little bit of background on this agenda item. As you recall, and as a significant number of our members came on to the board in March, the board approves educator prep programs, and I refer to those as EPPs. We have traditional, alternative, classroom-based. And from those consent agendas, since that time, there's been board members who have asked questions, help me understand more about why we're approving this, what type of data goes into this application process. Well, what if they score less than a 2? How do they show improvement in that area within their program? Why is an application valid for 6 years? Well, how do we know if their graduates are actually making a difference in the classroom and we're seeing growth at the student level? How do we ensure that we have retention with those graduates from those EPPs? So through some conversations, and I'll just call you out, Member Haley and Member Clay have talked to myself a lot about their wanting to really deep dive into the EPP programs and to determine what is working, what may not be working, but really have a greater understanding of the data associated with those teacher prep programs. Jessica, our wonderful staffer, put together a significant literary, I always want to say literacy review for you. And so while she'll kind of give you a brief summary and overview, just in case you haven't read it yet, which is fine because there's a lot there. We wanted to really paint a picture, not just within the state, but across the country. And we wanted to focus on outcomes and through those documents, tried to get you as board members to give us more information. Because we're stuck at right now as staffers is we're not really sure of the direction. What is our goal that we want to do with this type of research study, project, whatnot? Just for background knowledge. The board does have authority to change the traditional EPP application. There's limitations on the board's role around alternative EPP and classroom-based EPPs. I have been speaking with Bruce DePlanty significantly actually the past couple months, and he's in charge of the certification unit at the Department of Education. He's excited for some changes within the traditional EPP application because some of the questions he feels, aren't really necessary anymore. They could be really streamlined for the EPP programs. So Jessica will kind of give an overview. I hope that you have a discussion with her around some of the things that you've read. I hope that our two board member leaders kind of like drive the discussion of of their interest. And then I will more than likely give you kind of like partners, the people you're sitting next to have small group conversations and then a whole group conversation so that we have everyone's voices heard. Okay. Questions or concerns with that? Wonderful.
No questions or concerns. Jessica?
Great, thank you.
And
President-
just, if you, would you prefer us to chime in with questions while you're presenting, or just kind of hold and wait till the end?
Yeah, President Core, members of the board, if you chime in after I discuss each research article that was shared, that would be great. So I'll adjust each one and add up time.
And
So
I
the-
think we're at a point we could probably
Yeah,
keep it less formal with the
Mhm.
whole,
absolutely.
if we're
Yeah,
just kind of in a
thank you.
workshop. Is that okay? There's no legal reason to do that, is there? Okay,
great.
yeah, we're in workshop mode, so
Sweet.
chime in, first names, all that kind of good stuff.
You don't.
What's that? Nicknames as
Mhm.
appropriate for a public body. I'm making up nicknames for each of you right now, so.
And I'm so.
I'm sorry,
Mhm,
please
no
go ahead.
problem. So when we were gathering literature that was specific to Arizona with one that is national as an overview, we looked mostly at the more recent stuff, so 2015 and up, because the most relevant as we can get. The most recent research was done by the Department of Education, and that would be with Bruce Duplanty's team. He worked with ASU and Helios to look at that information. And that is the teacher workforce of Arizona and what their demographics are, as well as how that compares to their community. It tells us the subject area gaps because they can see how many are getting their initial certification in that subject area. So they can see if there's gaps addressed through there. Tells us the years of experience, with the most common being 4 years for Arizona educators, but then it suffers from attrition after that. So does anybody have questions about what the Department of Education has done? Okay, moving on.
I mean, just in general, I loved being able to see the active teachers, certified teachers, average teacher age. I had a question from the Future Center for the Future of Arizona when they talked about teacher pay. Anyway, like what I would love to know as we talk about EPPs is what is the actual breakdown of students that they are preparing, or educators that they're preparing, where they're going. Like when I see 58,293 active teachers, I also want to know, like, who are those individuals? Are they like teachers of record, or are those intervention teachers? Are they like intervention or are they master teachers that are coming in to do trainings? Are they now administrators? Like, it's almost like, what is the definition of teacher?
Mhm.
And then that will play in, obviously, into my many questions about our educator prep programs of who are we producing, where are they going, how long they're there, how long do they stay, et cetera. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. So that information might come from our EPPs directly to look at if the follow-up of what's happening with them following their graduation. We can see initial certifications from the department and look at the EPPs. We could do it backwards that way, but it's not going to capture everybody, I think. We do it starting it that way. Then we have the ABOR report, which is on the Arizona Teachers Academy. This program tries to build capacity among our educator workforce through full tuition scholarships. It is a year-to-year program, so it's not a guarantee. You have to keep applying and keep proceeding. And this is for commitments to working in public schools following your graduation from that program. It does have a very high retention rate. It's over 90%. So some success happening with that capacity. Any comments?
Just on that again, like, has there ever been conversation of, just because one, we have open enrollment, two, we have lots of different types of choice programs. I know that the number of individuals using choice, whether tax credit scholarship and the ESA program, has there ever been conversation that it's those who are participate, NAU, ASU, U of A, Rio Salado, Scottsdale, Pima, et cetera, if those individuals went into private schools as well? Like if we're trying to think about our educator workforce and ensure all of our kids have great school or great educators, have there ever been thought that individuals that dedicated themselves to education service, could that be universally made available?
Member Haley, so
I guess it's a Board of Regent program.
Yes, it's going to be a board of
but-
regent or, a legislative governor budget conversation, but I see where you're going with that, with our climate of choice in the state. I would also question how certification comes into play with that, because you don't need a certificate at a charter school unless that charter school requires you to have that certificate, right? Also, in the private schools, it's really up to that individual, however that private school is governed and whether or not they require it. So then my mind immediately goes to, well, how is a board in the state going to track that individual served in the state for that scholarship program?
It's a fair question.
But you might be, I'm sorry, but you might be skewing the data, because what Catherine said was correct. A lot of them are going into private or going into teaching. They're not just not teaching. We're just not capturing it. I mean, I'm private schools I'm familiar with, you maybe to start, you don't need a teaching certificate, and a lot of them come from pretty prestigious undergraduate programs, and then they go to one of our alternate prep programs. They're teaching. So I do, when I read the report, the background information, that was one of the things that came up in my mind, is you're missing a lot of those.
So I think we're talking about two different things then.
Okay.
Because what Jessica's talking about is Arizona Teachers Academy. What I hear you saying is you have someone coming in from out of state from a prestigious university.
Wanting to teach in a
Wanting
private
to teach
school
here.
in Arizona, maybe getting hired, but then going through one of these alternate programs. But some of the reporting I saw was like, well, they went through it, but they didn't stay in Arizona. Well, maybe because they're not in a public school system. So I'm just.
Yes, let's address that, Vice President Burton, because there is a point to that teacher workforce report.
Williams, can I ask a quick question, just a
Yes, ma'am.
clarification? Jessica, when you're citing the Arizona Teachers Academy, and this could be my ignorance, I was actually under the assumption that the Arizona Teachers Academy was more a pathway into education. So are we referring to Arizona Teachers Academy as a prep program in and of itself?
No, a strategy that's used to eliminate barriers for the students.
Got it. So there's not a separate preparation component to the Arizona Teachers Academy. Okay, perfect. Just wanna make sure I'm clear. Yeah, okay. Good.
Yep.
I was
So what we are finding, which kind of goes with what you're speaking of, Vice President Burton, is that Arizona, because of our reciprocity with certification, individuals from other states will take advantage of that in order to bypass their state's requirements to renew their certificates, move from a provisional to a standard, whatnot. So there are questions that we've been discussing around how do we determine whether or not that person actually was ever in Arizona or even plans to. And how it impacts us is interesting because it also impacts the investigative unit of the board. For all of those individuals in other states who are applying for certification here and applying for a fingerprint clearance card here that's generating an EIN number. And if anything hits that EIN number or that fingerprint clearance card, or they get a certificate in order to get reciprocity in their home state, we now have to open a case on it. So we are currently working with Bruce and then eventually bringing in the deans of education to figure out why we are having such a significant issue with the fingerprint clearance cards. Because when we call these individuals, because we have to have oversight, right? It's our responsibility to ensure that we're investigating certain cases. But when we call these individuals, we're like, hey, what's going on? Oh, I live in Illinois. I'm taking one class. And in order to get into the class, I had to get a fingerprint clearance card or certificate and whatnot. But I don't ever plan on coming to Arizona. So
My gosh, you shouldn't teach in Illinois. I'm just kidding.
But
If
we-
you have a pop on their fingerprint card.
Yeah. So, we're figuring that out and we're gonna bring in the deans, we're gonna. But you're right, Member Burton. There are other data points within the whole entire state that are unknown. And I think that's where, when we, as a staff, were sitting down and trying to really figure out where this was going to go, we are having a really difficult time of understanding like what the board wants. In order, we need your wants and needs to go back, to have the conversations, to go to the Department of Education, to figure out what's in our data sets, or to censor.
Alicia, is there a way we can change the application that captures some of this information? I mean, I know it's not, are you ever planning to teach? I'm not sure how honest it would be, but or they might not know. But I see with the expansion of online programs, online, you don't have to live in Arizona to get a degree from ASU. We're only going to see more of this. So I do think we need to think about what that application looks like and maybe add some questions and add some more information so we have a clearer picture.
Right, so we've already started those discussions with the Department of the, because what you're speaking of, what I am currently speaking of, is the application for certification. There's also another application that we've been discussing since this agenda item, which is the application to be approved for an educator prep program. But yes, we are working internally with that issue. However, when we go back to the EPP application, I think it could be fair to state that if the board wants more data on the students that EPP is serving, I think there could be some more questions and some more data gathering around how many in-state, how many out-of-state, demographics, subgroup, etc.
Yeah, I think that would be valuable, and really just their address could give you an idea if they're in-state or out-of-state. I mean, that would be a starting point.
I think it would also be interesting to understand for the traditional EPP programs, who are their academic partners? Where are the students doing their student teaching? What are those different types of schools? Are they middle income, upper income? Are they disadvantaged? Those things, that kind of information I think would be very, very helpful. Similarly, I think it would be interesting to know just when we get the applications and we're approving a program for 6 years, particularly for those that are renewals, how many have they produced? What is the breakdown of the different types? Is it a general ed? Obviously, when they're applying for a very specific type of program like secondary math or secondary science or primary but focused on literacy, it'd be really interesting to know what is the breakdown of how many they're producing. And then if we can find out the information of how long do they stay in the classroom? I thought it was really interesting in one of the reports that you sent us, just the overwhelming number of individuals that only teach for 2 years. In some ways, it's like, great, they did it for 2 years and they realized perhaps this was not the profession for me. I learned it very quickly and I'm now pursuing something that is a great profession for me. But it would be interesting to know just that there was that concern of, I think the average teacher year was like 7 or 9 years. Well, how many were produced by ASU, NAU, U of A, Pima, Scottsdale, or Scottsdale Community College? It just would be really helpful to be able to say, gosh, I'm really excited to put my yes behind this EPP because there's a little bit more than the 2.0 meets 2.0 out of 2.0 score. Like that doesn't tell me a whole lot of the impact that they're having on not only in preparing those soon-to-be educators, but the students that they get to serve and they get to educate.
So as we're kind of discussing, I'm just kind of change how we were going to structure this a little bit because we're just moving and grooving and growing.
Yeah.
So we have member Haley talking about your educators and like when they're leaving the classroom and whatnot, right? So Jessica put together some of those questions. The reason we did that was we were thinking of some type of survey. The Department of Education has, don't go anywhere, has email addresses, right? So we can kind of figure out year to year who's in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatnot, and kind of do a qualitative study. But what I would really like for Jessica to do is give like a brief overview of your thoughts around that qualitative study. And the board, if you can kind of yes, no, expand it. That doesn't really get to what I want. And I would like.
So is now a good time?
Let's have Jessica do the give her overview.
Yeah, so those questions that she's talking about are just a draft of those inquiries we would have for new graduates from EPPs. That could be year 1 to 5 or whatever is appropriate, even currently in their teacher training and in the classroom. We pulled some of the questions based on the research from the Department of Education Task Force on Teacher Retention and Recruitment, as well as the Morrison Institute, where it says that structured programs for the novice teachers, such as induction programs and mentorship, are supportive. So we wanted to know about some of that continuing support they're getting either from their school or from their program, and look at the outcomes of how long they're teaching, if they're teaching in a Title I school, if they have been receiving professional development opportunities, such as raises or other merit pay. So some quantitative data, but a lot of qualitative.
Member Kavickas, you have a question?
Only because you kind of threw the ball out there about wanting a clue of where we want to go.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said only because you threw the idea of giving you feedback of where we'd like to go. You know, the second issue I'm probably most interested in education, besides obviously special ed, is innovation, thinking differently about this. And this is all kind of thinking about the same. And so my question is, what are the competencies? What are we at? What are we saying? It's kind of actually, now I think about it, it's really tied to my constant concern with assessment. Here are the standards or the competencies. Here are all the things we think teachers should know and do, but we're not measuring that. They don't need to really pass a test that shows they know how to do all that. I think that's the starting point, because everyone, and you Catcher can speak to this, how many times we have bills, teachers need to do financial literacy. They need to be fluent in assessments. They need to be fluent in data. We need to say, this is what we think a graduate, right? Which is different. A graduate of an EPP program should know and do and measure that. And it should be a lot smaller. And the other thing I'll look at Julia, but the practitioners always tell me that, you know, what works for kids with disabilities that are gifted with ELL are the strategies that work for all kids, but yet we're still doing it backwards. We're saying everybody get a gen ed and maybe a little subgroup of people should get sped. Everybody needs to know how to differentiate instruction. 85% of all students in special ed are in general education classrooms. And so I guess I'm saying I want to think big, but that's just me. I want to start at that spot because I think we constantly say they don't know how to do this, but well, it's because we never really said they should, and we're not really looking at it. And I was on I don't remember, the Alternative Teacher Certification Task Force like a gazillion years ago. And I will never forget when our first meeting, they came and they brought these monster binders and they said, this is what the programs had to submit. I'm like, okay, right there. I knew that was the problem. I'm like, really? I'm like, that's not measuring the 30 standards or whatever it is we had. So I think we just need to focus on what do we want teachers to be able to know and do and how. And the other point I want to make is I constantly remind myself and my friends, the state does not hire teachers. The state does not hire teachers. LEAs hire teachers. Charter schools and districts hire them. So I feel like the role of the state, whether it's through certification or any other venue, is how can we give school leaders the information they need to know to make good hires, right? So in other words, what does that certificate really mean? What can they really know and do? Well, right now, every teacher can get the same certificate, even though, and same with the high school diploma. you have different varying levels of knowledge. Because the school may say, you know what, that's exactly what we need. We can teach them some of these other things, but this is the gap that we have in our classroom right now. So again, state doesn't hire, they do. How can we provide certification, documentation that is really transparent of what they want, of what the people know and do, so they can make good hires that fit their communities and what the school needs?
Yeah, absolutely. Because then they can target what those gaps are and see if it's match. And then it might keep them retained for longer.
The quick follow-up to Carla's point. I agree. I really like the idea of competencies around that. I think what's also exciting is that totally exists out there that we could steal and bring to Arizona and replicate, which is awesome. Alicia, what do we as the board have authority? And so great, let's just say we were to come up with 10 competencies or 10 sort of like non-negotiables of like, this is what makes a strong teacher coming out of a teacher prep program. What level of authority do we have in then regulating a teacher prep program to actually do those things? Because I think that's where sometimes I get caught up in this is like, great, we set all these different goals and then again, there's no action actually in terms of game plan for how to achieve those or a game plan for how to address the competencies, for example, that Carla just mentioned.
So multiple areas, right? You have board rule. You have to play around in some of also the national accrediting. What are those called, Dr. Core? Accrediting agencies, bodies. And then you can also do the applications themselves, right? So you're correct. There are multiple ways in which the State Board of Education can become involved. I mean, the State Board of Education can also just come up with a magical list of, we think everyone should have these types of skills or personality traits or whatever. I'm being facetious. And approve it.
And nothing happens.
And then nothing really happens, right? But what I've also discovered is that this will be a hot button topic, right? And so I have found that it's better to be very thoughtful, to bring people to the table from both viewpoints, to look at the data, to really try to solve what you're trying to fix or innovate on before jumping head in. And then when you do jump, you need to ensure that you have a really good plan of action. Otherwise, it's exactly what you're saying, Member Meyerson, where you're kind of loosey-goosey all over the place and no one really understands what's happening. So what I've heard just this far, I've heard Member Haley talk about the EPP application. I've heard Member Burton talk about data associated with teacher certification in the state of Arizona to include in and out of state, but also to include organizations and agencies that may have teachers, but those teachers don't need to be certified. I've heard Member Krivickas talk about competencies and looking at here's the gold standard, right? And how do we build from there? And then I heard you, Member Meyerson, talk about making sure that we're doing something in Arizona and not just having conversations, right? So, Member Clay.
I have a couple of small things. The first one, I know that we have a challenge figuring out where these teachers are. All right, I came out of the Troops to Teachers program and when I got out of the military in 2004. And after I finished all my training, I had to report it for 3 years, what I was doing. And I had to have some sort of exemplar of excellence to show of what I was doing. It wasn't that they trained me and said, good luck with it. All right. I was responsible and they did ensure that I reported back to them. So I think that if we're going to give teachers the honor of teaching our students, That's good. The honor of teaching our students. Then we need to stop being so loose with it, okay? And bring it in some so that they have some sort of responsibility to us. Hey, I've done this, I'm here. I received new teacher of the year. I've done this, I've done just that's what we had to do, just a small paragraph, nothing big, of what we did. And we had to do that for the 3 years. This is how many students I taught, et cetera, et cetera. That, and I'm sure that gave them a lot of data. So we need to put some of the onus on the teachers because we are giving them the honor of teaching our children. And I want them, just like I felt, it was an honor to teach. And I want everyone to feel that it's an honor, and we definitely have to, there has to be some sort of, here's what I'm doing, here's what I've done. All right, that's, that's one thing. I know this is hard, but in Truth to Teacher, I had someone I reported to for those 3 years. He was my mentor. Okay, he was, I don't know how it worked, but he was Truth to Teacher, but he's working for GCU, but and I know he had a lot of people, but it was still, the onus was still on me to contact him. He didn't contact me, you know, God forbid if he had to contact me. We didn't want that. So I went ahead. I was proud of what I did. So we need to, those teachers who really want to do this, they're going to think out of the box and do all these great things and be proud of what they do. They're not going to go in a corner somewhere and just ride it out. I'm not saying anyone's doing that, but we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. That's number one. Okay. The other one is, someone had talked about what we wanted teachers to know. I don't know exactly how it's being done right now. I have not researched it, but here we go with the looseness and the grayness, which is really bringing down what our trade is. It's really, it seems to be watered down, and I'm not saying it is. I'm just talking perception. So here's a what if. What if I am an engineer and I want to be a teacher, or I'm an accountant and I want to be a teacher? I'm good at my trade, but I also need to be good at, somebody talked about differentiation of instruction. Why can't there be a question that said, if you have these many students in a classroom, these are like this, these are like this, and these are like this. What do you do? How do you attack that? Okay, if they don't know, it's okay. They just go ahead and read up on it. Now we're making them do a little bit of research on their own, making them either go on YouTube or read some books or whatever it takes to get that knowledge before they get in the classroom, before a principal or a teacher has to help them. They need to know what they don't know. And that's one of the biggest things. So competencies, but the thing is, we need to figure out, what do we want them to know? What are those 5 or 6 major big things, right? That they need to know to be successful in the classroom. And again, I am big on differentiation of instruction because you have so many different types of students in the classroom. And sometimes teachers get comfortable in teaching one way instead of saying, wait a minute, I had 3 different types of students in this classroom, so I have to ensure that my homework or what I put out is hitting each one of these students, and it can be done. All right, so maybe we can have some sort of, these are the competency, you need to go out and study them, and then you need to take a small test, a what if test, and where we give them scenarios, okay? Nothing, and I'm talking about a scenario where they really have to think about it. And if they are professionals, and most of our teachers are, they know how to analyze and think and figure things out. It's not going to be one of these hard classes where it's something that only a teacher that went to school for 4 years to be a teacher. This is common sense stuff in the classroom type things. So what are those 5 or 6 things that we want them to know in the classroom, that they need to go research on their own. And then they need to practice before they even fix their face to want to teach our students. And I have my glasses on. Okay, well, another competency would be, how do you informally assess a student or a classroom? Anybody who's had a job or who's been a boss, they know how to assess their people, right? Well, how do you assess your students? How do you know when the deer in the headlights have come to be light bulbs? Or are you running that train so fast in that classroom that you're leaving people behind, or you have casualties all over the room and you don't even know it? Okay, so these simple things that a teacher should know before they get in the classroom, why don't we kind of guide them into knowing it? Because I was a teacher and a principal. It's really hard when you get a new teacher in, whether it's a teacher who is in 4 years of school or a CTE teacher or a teacher who's gone through these programs. That principal now has to try to get this teacher to the side, train them, and do all the other things that they have to do. We have to have them come in with some sort of skills where they need to take the initiative to figure it out. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member
Alicia,
Clay.
I want to make sure my theory of action is correct. Because I'm agreeing with everything everybody's saying. But the way I understand the system is that it starts with the standards that Arizona adopted whenever, I know probably a decade ago, whatever standards or competencies, right, for teachers and principals. That drives what the EPP programs have to demonstrate in their application. And then that also drives what we're measuring on the AEPA, I think it is, and the other tests. So that's why I feel like, I just want to make sure that was it. Why the starting point is really, what do we want them to know and do? And then that funnels into the application and everything else that comes after.
That is correct, Member Kavickas. However, I think that through this conversation and Member Clay, like, you're hitting on it, but then there's some parts of me, I'm like, ooh, that's not gonna work politically, but okay, if y'all want to do that.
Hey, we're
Yeah, I mean,
brainstorming.
but here's really where Member Clay, and I don't want to speak for you, so if you're like, no, that's not what I'm saying, please correct me. This is what I think I hear you saying. We have what Member Kravickas just talked about, right? For some of our educators. And then you have educators who can get a 712 certificate because they were an engineer. Now they're going to go teach math, right? With no training. And that's fine. I mean, they can be a content knowledge expert. That's fine. And what I hear, and then you can have teachers who just go in, right? It's just a good job. Member Meyerson, does Vista College Prep require certification or no?
So no, we don't require.
Can you talk a little? I don't have a personal experience with that, so I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yep. So I think an important thing that's very specific to Vista College Prep is, so we don't require certification, and we're very much in this mindset of, I think some of the examples shared of, yes, if you're coming in with an exceptional level of math content knowledge, like we want you to teach our kids 8th grade algebra. We want you to be in that space. However, we run a 3.5-week summer professional development session where we are providing in-depth training on teacher at classroom management, best practices, that are providing our teachers, I believe, with the skill set and knowledge. Now, again, I'm in no way saying that after 3.5 weeks, great, boom, on day one. No. However, then during the school year, we do an early release on Fridays. We do a 4-hour PD every Friday where teachers are in practice clinics on Tuesdays after school. And so there's a whole host of professional development and support designed to provide, for example, that one teacher coming in with really strong math content knowledge, but that does not have the teaching sort of best practices and instructional strategies that we want our most effective teachers to have. And so as a result of that, we have our year 1 teachers, some of whom are just as successful in their first year as are more veteran teachers. We have some who are not and need support, just like in any profession, regardless of being in education or not. But so at least for us at Vista, that certification, that isn't the barrier. It is that training though. And it is that the support and professional development that is needed, that we believe is needed to allow our teachers to be successful and thus our students.
Thank you for sharing that. So going back to what you were speaking of, I think that so we have Member Kravickas and kind of what Member Haley's talking about and how they all kind of wrap together. But then you have this other area, right? And the two of you are looping in together because we need to start thinking about like what is required. I heard you, Member Clay talking about like a principal doesn't have time to sit down and say, this is how you manage a classroom. This is how you structure. I mean, you can give them a book in classroom management, right? But then with the issues that we're having in the classroom now, like maybe that takes a lot of time, but it sounds like over here, there's a very direct, significantly planned out process of professional development so that that teacher is great, right? Does that sum it up correctly?
I mean, yes, that is like that is the goal and the outcome of having that teacher who great at, because we have some teachers come in with we have some teachers who definitely come in with, they have certification, they come in following a teacher prep program. I'm sorry. They have teachers who come in, we have some teachers who come in with a certification, following a teacher prep program. And then we have the other, I just majored in math and I love math, but I didn't actually get my teacher certification. Each of those two individuals are receiving the exact same training in our Vista College prep sort of professional development and setting to ensure that they are ready to go on the first day of school.
So what could occur, and this is just me spitballing without looking at legislative stuff, so I'm sure Ketcher will tell me that I was wrong at some point. It's almost as if we have I think the board needs to figure out in some type of way what the competencies are if the board wants to update those competencies, update those rules, which then will focus into what Member Haley's talking about, which is the EPP traditional applications, which then would impact graduates of EPP separately. I think that there's something, this is just my opinion, so Dr. Kaur, back me up if this is right or wrong. I think there's something else around professional development and ensuring that there is nothing within board rule or even statutorily, because I'm sure that the different groups out there would welcome advocacy from the State Board of Education if the State Board of Education felt like something was too regulatory and it was hindering the ability of a school to really prepare their teachers ahead of the start of the school year. Or maybe the state board, Member Clay, you're talking about mentorship. If I had a mentor for 3 years and that was required of you, right? The State Board of Education could make a program for that. They could advocate for that. I mean, then when you're advocating for that, the money and the positions, you could determine if that goes to you, if that goes to the Department of Education, if it goes to maybe a pilot program. You all get to determine that. You can make things. You just have to be able to advocate for them and bring people together if you know that it's going to impact kids, right? If you keep kids at the center, then you will always have a winning argument. So what do you want to do?
Think my mind, okay, I'd like to say something right quick. We do have a lot of good things going on, but across the board, we don't. And that's my biggest concern. We do have, for example, there are some schools and some organizations, we do the best practices, et cetera, et cetera. But what about those who don't? I'm not going to mention any program's name or anything like that, but I know when I was a principal, I got some teachers in there and they went through the course and they didn't know the baseline things they needed to know to succeed in the classroom. And I know that we need some other things after they get there, but I just want to make sure that across the board, there should be across the board a checklist. And we're saying, is there a checklist? From what I'm hearing, there is, but what I'm seeing, I'm at ground zero. Okay, I don't see it everywhere. Okay, there I can name some amazing places where I do see it, but how can we ensure that it's from the one-room schoolhouses to the schools that has 7,000 students in there? Just the consistency is what I'm looking for.
So is that something that the board would want to address through the EPP application? With how they're measuring their students' competencies while they're in the program?
I think if I could just add one point, I think that would be to the point of sort of, again, I think the last thing anybody wants to do is like, another convening to like, oh, there's a teacher crisis, like shocking. Yes, like we need to take action. And yet I think to sort of name for the board, at least that like, great, these are the 5 actions that we're going to take to dramatically improve student quality. I do think that we need to get some input from whether it's not necessarily certainly the teacher prep programs, but first-year teachers who are in classrooms today struggling when they didn't get that support, or how do we ensure that we are solving for a problem when we know very clearly and can hear from those who are impacted that our solution will dramatically not only impact them, and then I think most importantly, looking at the student data to ensure that, like, again, we can talk all day long about an effective teacher program. If that is not matched up with quality and like very clear student achievement to pair with that, it is, I think, a not useful conversation.
And a survey for first-year teachers, which is part of the board retreat, would be a good starting point.
Yeah.
And then backing that to statewide data, classroom data, potentially accountability data. Because we can start there.
Yeah, I think it's a good place to start. I think we also can ask very specific questions like, do you feel you were prepared to teach students to read? There's a reason we have waiting lists for the science of reading training, the letters training, and the dyslexia training. I mean, I think the department was as surprised as maybe some of us were that they have waiting lists. There's a reason they have waiting lists. So I think from the knowledge that we have, we can at least start and then maybe open some of those questions, have some open-ended questions, but I think we have a pretty good idea of where some of those gaps are. So I would just want to put out, let's start with information we have and maybe have it validated. And once we have that, look at entering, sort of revamping our EPPs.
Oh, thank you, Member Britton.
The other thing, and I'm not sure if this is the time, but we approved all these programs that, on consent agenda. And many of them were renewals. They still had deficiencies. So I have a hard time, and I know they average them and all of that, but a deficiency is a deficiency. And I don't think you should have any deficiencies if it's a renewal program.
That's a great point. That's a great point. We can bring that back to Bruce as well. But we do that.
That's the other, like on that, that's on specific or traditional EPP programs. When we get data on the alternative pathways, which for the record, I am for an all of the above. Like we want the best individuals to come into our classrooms, and I am very in favor of figuring out lots of different ways to bring in an awesome educator workforce. That said, getting a piece of paper that says meets I have no idea what meets means, whether it's a renewal or it's a first-time program. Like, if there's a way, I know that there's some statutory limitations, whether it's on paperwork or whatnot, but if we can get a little bit more color, and maybe this is part of a legislative agenda of, like, we just need a little bit more transparency on how the alternative out-of-state or online programs, how the grow your own, like, I am all for grow your own. I'm really excited about almost this apprenticeship model where we have current students that are in our colleges, higher ed institutions that are going to be able to be teachers of record in the classroom. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens there. But again, like, when we start doing renewals, I'd like to know a little bit more than meets the criteria. Like, that to me doesn't know, have you done a great job for kids? I second that.
Well, and to Member Burton's question, that's why I keep coming back to these competencies, and part of me literally just wants to look at them. Because what does it mean to be prepared? Does it mean, does prepared mean that you meet every single one of them? I'm guessing maybe there's 50. But if I do remember to the survey question, I think there's topics. Like, I think there's like classroom management, and so I think those might be good for the survey too. Like, you know, which sections or areas did you feel good in? But I think we say that term all the time. They're not prepared, and I don't think we know what that means. And it's to remember Haley's question. It's transparency, not only for the EPPs. What does meets mean? Just because you have a certificate and you got proficient on AEPA, what does that mean? Schools should still have full authority to hire you if you want. I want transparency. So I want the leaders to know, oh yeah, well, they have a certificate, but here are their strengths. Here's our weaknesses. Does this person fit in well? Is this what you need at your school?
Just one question I have, do you as a hire, do you ever see their report from their exam, or is it just passes the exam and their score? Does it show you areas?
Just yeah, no. I'll wait. I guess just another point, Alicia, for us to maybe think about is, and I'd be curious for the board's perspective. I think in any industry, but like, we have competencies for like everything. I mean, so there's 40 different examples of, and I bet every teacher prep program on the list would say they have competencies and they've done all of this work. And so I guess I wonder, and it's, we say this all the time, like, it's not rocket science. Like, it's the 10, 15 things. It's just really hard to do at the end of the day. It's just really hard to be a great teacher. It is. It's hard to be a great administrator. It's hard to be a great principal. And yet we actually know what those 10 to 15 things. It's strong classroom culture. It's strong classroom. I mean, it's all of the things. So I guess I just wonder, I feel like we are getting caught up in these sort of non-negotiables, which I also feel like I would bet you every one of these programs has, like, of course we want great classroom culture and all the things, but it's the planning to get to that place, right? Of how we actually either regulate, which is like, I think, a loaded word here, but like it's not complex to run a great school. It's really hard to do though. And so I guess I would maybe challenge all of us, because this is what we think about all the time in my own organization as well. And we were talking about this a little earlier, but we all have great curriculum. We all say we have great teachers. We all say we have great principals. All of those things would be part of this non-negotiable list. And yet we're not achieving what we want to do for our kids. And so it's not in the rules of what it means to be a great teacher. Like, we know all of those things. It's actually doing the work that is the challenge. So how do we as a board support our school leaders and our teachers to do the hard work? That's the ultimate challenge, I think. It's not setting guidelines around what it means to be a great teacher, I guess, from my perspective, because like, we know what those are. We just do. And maybe we don't, and maybe that's the question, but I would guarantee every one of these teacher prep programs has a list of what it means to be a great teacher. And they're probably all the same. And yet we're here.
Right.
So-
And I would push back on that too, right? You've probably evaluated teachers. I've evaluated teachers. Wouldn't you argue? I would argue that that's subjective, right? I could mark a teacher down as highly proficient based upon an agreed upon evaluation. and their state scores don't incorporate, do I look at just benchmark? Maybe they have great classroom management. Maybe it's a great, absolutely phenomenal classroom environment, welcoming, but they're not effective.
So, but then I think that's the root of the work, right? Because all of what you just said, like having a great evaluation system, like we could have the exact same evaluation system and you could be giving a person a 3 and I could be giving a person a 1. We do norming walkthroughs with our team every single week. All of our coaches walk the building. Great. Did you give it 2? I gave it 1. You gave it 3. Why? We talk about that so that we can align on what that exemplar is. But I do think that that is ultimately like, that's the hard work of this. And that's why it's so complex. And that's why we're not like achieving what we need to be, because that's difficult. But at the end of the day, do we all need to have an evaluation system? Yes. Figuring out that we all need to have an evaluation system isn't the ultimate answer. So I guess I'm not necessarily offering a solution here, but I guess I would just push us to figure out it's in the execution of the work of running a great school that is the challenge at the end of the day. Like, and that's what, if we can provide resources and support to our teams and our principals, as a school leader, like that is what I would want. I wouldn't want to be told, here are the non-negotiables of running a great school. I know what that is. How do I achieve that though? That's the ultimate question.
Kind of daunting following that. I totally agree. I mean, if I were queen, it'd be a very flexible kind of libertarian model. But we understand, well, we'll look to catchers. We have a statutory obligation to kind of define certification and do all this stuff. There's this stuff we kind of have to do. But I totally agree with you, and that wouldn't be the way I would approach it. But I'm like, within the scope of what we have to do, how can we make it better? And I keep coming back to that because I honestly have never seen that list. I mean, I'm wondering if the list of competencies aligns with the 15 great things that you know. I don't know that. And I don't even know what the 15 are. That's why I'm gonna look to you, but that's what I want to know. Are they aligning with what we think? I don't think, I mean, as far as I can think back, I can't remember the last time the state board looked at those. It's been a long time. Yeah.
Well. Yes. 602, R7-2-602. 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 2011. Yeah, it's C.
Oh, yeah. You said they were ISTE?
You sure it's ISTE? Wasn't ISTE the admin one?
That's TISL or
ISL?
NISL or not ISTE. What's another one? ISTE, so they don't want to do ISTE, so that's technology.
I'm blaming it on that we haven't talked about the board as the organization hasn't talked about it in task. That's it. ISLIC is the admin. Anywho,
ISTE is technology.
Dr. Core,
Yes, ma'am.
we've talked a lot about this. I think I thank you for that really robust conversation, and you brought in a lot of different things, which I do truly appreciate, because it will help us kind of structure our next steps a little bit more. Maybe we'll bring something back at the October board meeting if you're, see heads nodding.
Sure.
That's what I'm gonna try to do. I'll work with Jessica. I'll listen to this recording a few times. Or Jessica will. And we'll come back with a plan of
Get through it
action.
more than once. You have my condolences.
But we'll try to address as many of the topics that you all brought up, because I think that there's something there. And I love when conversations are kind of a little bit all
Free-flowing.
over the place, free flowing, because what that means is that
our consciousness recognizes that there's something there, and it just takes time to work through it, and we will get to the point of, oh, this is what we were trying to get to, and this is what we need to do going forward. So I do appreciate that. We still have time, but it's up to you all if you feel like you've given us enough information or you've had enough conversation with one another amongst the EPP conversation, because I had it structured differently, but y'all are A+ students.
I would agree with the A+. How often do you interact with the teacher prep programs, like Dean Basile from ASU, or they seem to be kind of the missing piece of this conversation, right? So we're in some ways talking about them. Probably should talk with them.
They have the Department of Education's Ed Prep team has, I think, quarterly or monthly meetings with all the Ed Prep programs in the state. And so that's their touch point. And so our touch point is essentially through AD's Ed Prep team. We occasionally talk to them when there's something one-off that happens that they feel like they have to talk to us directly. But that's a fair point. And I think that relationship is probably largely out of just the priorities of the board in the past. And so if now this is raising to a level of priority for the board, then that's something that we can have more direct communication with, rather than sort of deferring only. Of course, the department will still be there, but rather than defer to the department.
And I will state, Dr. Court, that we brought the EPP deans in in 18, when we went through the adjudicated discipline report, and we were identifying where individuals who've been disciplined went to school. And we brought them in, and the reason we did that was because it wasn't to blame, but it was utilizing a method of, here is the data, what do you think about it? Where do you think your individual loopholes are? How can we assist you to make sure that you are keeping kids safe while your graduates are going through like a student teaching experience, whatnot? It was very beneficial because we came with the data and asked, what do you want to do about this? And I would like to utilize that same type of strategy because it worked well for us in the past. So it'll take us a minute, we gotta figure out some stuff. What's available, if it meets the members' expectations.
Good.
I'm excited.
Are
Other
you?
thoughts?
Good.
Any other thoughts before we adjourn for the evening? Informal workshop, if there's such a thing.
So before you adjourn,
Some marching orders.
4:30, historical museum across the street from the Graduate Hotel. Dinner at 6:30 at Baca. It's about 16-minute walk from the Historical Society. And then breakfast tomorrow at 8 a.m. Golf carts available. I would recommend checking out the Graduate and either bringing your things with you or taking them to your car, vice versa. And then the meeting will start at 9. And we hope to conclude at noon. Yes, Member Clay.
All right.
I just have one little clarification from the EPP. Okay. There are just 3 domains basically that everyone has to agree that they're going to teach in their program, right? Okay, I just wanted, because I was looking.
Oh, I'm sorry. You needed a confirmation on something?
Yes.
Oh, I was not confirming. I was like
Oh.
I hear you. I'm listening. I was gonna write down.
No, I was just looking at, there are 3 domains in the education preparation program. One is organizational structures and systems, instruction and relevant standards, and clinical practices and partnerships. So I guess my question, and it says basically, we're going to do these things. That's what all the organizations are saying, right? We're going to do these things. And then it has, basically, it breaks it down a little bit. So I just think that we need to take a look at that, take a deeper dive into that.
What all that means.
Yes, yes, exactly.
what do
To
those
make
three
sure,
domains
make sure
even
that we
mean?
all are thinking the same thing. We're all on the same page of what this means. I like that. Thank you.
I'm not sure about those three domains. When I'm looking at the professional teaching standards that we have in board rule, and there's about 10 of them, but there's about 10 to 20 sub standards within each of those. So like standard 1 is learner development. The teacher understands how learners grow and develop, recognizing the patterns, et cetera. And so, oh yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. Got it. Got it. Okay. Yep. Will do. No, you described it well. I just,
Thank you, Catcher, for bringing that up. I just counted. And so if you look at the substandards, 170.
yeah. And we've had conversations. So, I remember Alicia and I had met with Dean Basile a couple of years ago, and she had I hope she feels okay if I share it. She had lamented the fact that they felt that they had to meet 173 of those substandards or so, and that was a tall task for them to incorporate that into their ed prep programs for every one of their candidates. We didn't really have an outcome from that conversation, but that was part of it. And I think ASU was and is still exploring some of the other ways that they're structuring their ed prep programs. But that is something, Member Myerson, I think you had mentioned earlier what was within our ability. The board can look at those standards if it wants to, but with the understanding that those standards drive the ed prep program approvals, which also drive the assessments that teachers take, that most of them take, not all of them take them. Actually, many of them get waivers for those assessments, and not all of them take them, many don't. But we do have to have the assessments under statute. We also have to have the AZ and US Con courses and tests. And then most certs have to have bachelor's, though not all of them. But other than that, the board has a lot of flexibility. Just knowing that those, just like in the K-12 system, in many ways, the standards feed into, a progressing amount of policies. And I think I added some things here as we were wrapping up. So
Gosh, I appreciate that, Catcher.
I'm that guy at the end
Because
of the
to your point, that's one of our duties is to approve those cut scores of those tests.
Right.
Every now and then. And so, and to your point of how do we know teachers are prepared? Well, right now, in theory, we're saying that they need to be able to do 173 things. And that the tests are going to measure that. And then if they get a certificate, in theory, they know how to do that. And that's why I think the disconnect is. And I think transparency would just be good. I don't expect 173 teachers to know that. And that's like really not even teachers, they're graduates, right? They just graduated from college, not even maybe the teacher yet. Maybe 5 years down the road, they could do hopefully 173 things, but when they walk out of college.
Yeah, and I think the survey and some of the transparency items that Member Haley brought up, and the Department of Ed, Bruce DePlanty, who was thankfully and gratefully texting me the acronyms that I was mixing up, also mentioned they were happy to help partner on a lot.
Did Member Myers have something?
Sure.
Oh, Member
One more question. We're talking about the 100+, and then it was talking about the domains, right? Are they interchangeable? Or are you saying that students or teachers, graduates, they need to know the 100+, and those who are in the program only need to know the 3 domains? Is that correct?
When the educator preparation programs go for approval and review, ADE is reviewing and recommending and providing those numbers to the board based on, in part, the EPP's ability to demonstrate that they are addressing those standards to prepare their teachers to meet those standards.
The 173.
And I think when ADE provides those in those domains, they're sort of they're trying to chunk into more digestible, but there are other things that the EPPs have to demonstrate to ADE about just how the EPPs organized or structured, or like the financial viability of the program, especially if it's an alt prep program. So I think those 173 are like within one of those three
domains.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That makes sense.
Any other thoughts or comments or questions? All right, hearing none, then I will adjourn the meeting for today at 3:26. And again, we will reconvene here tomorrow at 9, but museum and dinner and all